Oh boy, everyone. We're doing another one of these. What have I been doing? I've been streaming, I think almost every day now. Almost every day for about 2 hours each day. Been streaming almost every day now. Oh boy. Let me sit down. Sit down on the floor. Can't sit down on the bed because whenever I stream from the bed is in too close proximity to the wall. And, what happens when I stream from the bed is that it's basically easier to hear me. It's basically easier to hear me in the other rooms when I stream from the bed. So I have to I have to stream from I have to I have to stream from the floor or from my chair. My chair is close to the wall, that's the funny thing. The difference is that my chair is close to the wall near the kitchen. So the kitchen is basically over there. The kitchen is over there. But then the living room, now that's over there. So if I stream from the bed and I'm streaming from the bed, then the people who are in the living room can hear me. It becomes easier to hear me that way. So what I usually do is just sit in the chair and then stream from the chair because yeah, you can hear me from the kitchen, but no one's in the kitchen. Or I just sit on the floor in the middle of the room because if you're sitting on the floor in the middle of the room, then no one can, no one's going to be able to hear that because you're not close to the walls. My dog, my dog has been freaking out lately. He's actually trying to get his way onto my chest or like mold his way through my legs, basically. Let me show you. I don't want to flash into his eyes, so I'm going to cover his eyes. But yeah, he's right here. But yeah, he's basically been being a huge degenerate lately because the girl dog that we own is in heat. Now, the main reason that Bertram stays in my room so much is because the girl dog is always in heat. She always wants to have kids and stuff because she's not fixed, and neither is this dog. And so, in order to keep them from having puppies, he has to stay in my room all the time. Now, I don't mind this because I like Bertram, but what ends up happening is that when she gets into heat really bad, he just starts humping everything. I let him out for just a little bitty moment to go eat food in the other room, and then he starts humping the fucking cat's face. He goes up to the cat and he puts his dick in its face and he rubs his dick all over the cat's face. And it's a big mess. And he always starts being more excitable when Nanook gets in heat. And so I have to deal with the fact that he's going to be more excitable. And so he ends up bothering me more when I don't want to be bothered. And generally, I like affection from Bertram. I like spending time with him, but when she gets in heat, like he freaks the fuck out, and it gets really annoying a lot of the time. But it's all right. Everything is well. Everything is well. And Star Kun's world. Oh boy, who is the one viewer who I have watching right now? That's what I want to know. Who is that? They haven't talked in the chat yet. I bet it's C. I bet it's either C or Jalen Harris. No, Jalen Harris would have talked sooner. But yeah, I've just been fucking sitting here, bored out of my mind. I tried reading some more of the Bakemonogatari light novel, but my dog kept on distracting me because he's been so excitable. He's been so excitable that he kept on distracting me from reading the book. Mr. Dude says I'm just lurking. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of lurkers who come onto the streams. I always like I always like to hear from the people who are lurkers who don't comment very much because there's always like a set group of people who tend to comment on the streams, but then there are people who are just lurkers and they just kind of lurk on the streams. I think those guys are really interesting. See, look at this. He's freaking the fuck out. The reason he's freaking the fuck out is because the other dog is in heat and he wants to have sex with her. He's just freaking out. It doesn't matter how many walks I take him on. It doesn't matter how many walks I take this dog on. He just keeps on freaking the fuck out because the other dog is out there and she's in heat and he knows it because he can sense it. He can sense the heat from her basically. And so And so I have to fucking deal with this of him freaking the fuck out and getting all excitable because of that. You know, it's the worst thing. It's actually, it's okay. I don't mind it that much. You just have to kind of deal with it. Like when I lay down on the floor like this, right? He's gonna freak out because he knows I'm vulnerable. Then if I'm not careful, he'll do some really weird stuff. He's weird. He's a weird dog. I mean, all dogs do this when the female dog is in heat, but it's still weird. But but yeah, like I've just been really, really bored. That's the thing. Is that I feel like I haven't exhausted the things that I can do. I'm thinking maybe I should get back into anime. Maybe if I watch anime all the time, I'll just have an escape from all of this. Something to just be immersed in. I don't know. The thing is that when I watch anime, I have to sit in my chair, and whenever I sit in my chair, I want to get up and move around. I wish I could just lay down and watch anime sometimes. Sometimes I wish I just had a fucking couch in here. Have a couch that I can just lay down on and watch anime. That would be so much better. Maybe I could get like a blow up couch. Like maybe I could get like a blow up couch and then put like a big blanket around it. The problem with having because I used to have a blow up mattress and I used the blow up mattress to go to sleep on until I got the regular mattress that I have here that I've had basically since I was a little kid. But I had a blow up mattress that I would sleep on and my dog would sleep on, and he never popped it. You know, I always expected him to pop it with his sharp claws in the nighttime, and I thought, well, one of these days there's going to be a loud noise when I wake up, and I guess that's just how things are. But no, he never popped the blow up bed. It was so weird. I had a couch that expanded into a bed, was shit, but it freed up space. Yeah, I don't want to get one of those because those are like futons basically. I've slept on one of those when I was living at my cousin's house in what was it? Was it 2017 I was living at my cousin's house? My sense of time is so bad now. um, but like I've been waiting for a stream all day. Oh wow. That's some real dedication. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of made a joke earlier in the stream that like, man, I've been streaming every day. What's up with that? But like I was just sitting there. Now I was just sitting there like you know in on this expandable couch from the 1970s that had a mattress that basically just had a shit ton of bugs in it. Like there were fleas, there were all kinds of just weird bugs and spiders and shit that I would find in this mattress. And it would expand out across the entire living room. And I basically lived in a living room at this time. No, this was 2018. This was not 2017. I went on and off to my grandpa's. Well, it wasn't my grandpa's house at that point because he died, but it was my cousin's house. So I went on and off to that trailer in 2017, but I went there in 2018 after the court case. Okay. So now I get an understanding of what I'm talking about. But okay. So yeah, like I was staying in this place and I was literally just living in a living room, and then I had to expand this couch out. I had to expand this goddamn couch out to be a bed. And the worst thing about living in this place too was that I would constantly wake up with nosebleeds because I don't know what it was that was in the air. There was some kind of fucking shit in the air that like just smelled really bad and like felt really bad in my nose, and I would wake up with nosebleeds all the time. The place smelled like shit too. It was basically the place should have been condemned, like with the health conditions that it was in. Like the roof was falling apart. The roof was falling apart and stuff, and like the floor, literally the floor caved in because the termites were so bad there. There was lots and lots of mold. I mean, there was a shit ton of mold in the house that I grew up in too. There was literally mold on my ceiling. Um, but yeah, it was a weird it was a weird time. You can find videos when I was living there. If you go back through my second channel, Star 2, you'll find videos of the house. And I have some footage that I never released of that house too. I think I showed some of it on a stream at one point of the puppies when the puppies were born. But I could find some of that old footage on my Google Drive. It's just that so much of my old stuff, like so much of my old videos that I took and stuff, have just been gone. I put them on discs, and then over the course of moving to so many houses, I just lost those discs. Over sometimes over 10 years worth of archived stuff is just gone now. Unless I can find it in storage, but I really doubt it. So, RIP, RIP. The only stuff I have is the little bit that's on the Google Drive, but it is what it is. But yeah, so this dog has been freaking the fuck out because his sister is in heat and they're both not fixed. And so I've had to deal with him today. You know, it doesn't matter how many walks you take this goddamn thing on, he's still going to be freaking out because there's a female dog in heat in the other room. So I've kind of had to reel him in, but I like laying on the floor with him. I've been laying on the floor a lot more lately. It's honestly, laying on the floor is one of my favorite pastimes. I find something immensely peaceful about laying down, just laying down on the floor and just listening to the sounds from the outside, listening to the sounds from the other room, just thinking. I don't know what it is. It feels kind of nice. But every now and again, I get this insane, just like irreparable feeling of boredom where it's like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And I just start pacing around my room listening to music. And I've been listening to This Old Dog by Mac DeMarco a lot lately. Now, I'm not the biggest Mac DeMarco fan. When I first listened to this record, I was not the biggest fan of the record. I thought it was a little bit too slow. But as I've continued to listen to it again and again, it's really grown on me. There's certain songs on there that make me really emotional to where I can just have it on all the time now. And it caught me off guard just today. Because I had the album on, and I was just pacing back and forth as I do, and I forget exactly the name of the track. It was one of the tracks at maybe it was a 25-minute mark, maybe it was 30, I don't remember. It was one of those tracks, and I actually started tearing up a little bit. That caught me way off guard. I did not expect that at all. I had listened to that record over and over and over again by that point. I didn't expect to suddenly feel a new emotion from listening to it. And then all of a sudden, it just hit me. And it was really special. It was a really special moment. I tend to like to imagine driving in a car when I listen to music, or not driving in a car, but having someone else drive a car for me, because I have a lot of good memories of going to big cities and then seeing the high rises and the big buildings around me and then hearing music at the same time. Um, where I would love to have someone drive a car and then me sit in the front seat and then listen to some of my favorite music as I'm watching the big buildings on the horizon slowly come up, or at nighttime looking at the beautiful lights. See, this is why I can never be anti-Civ, is because I just love societies. Like, I love building things and seeing cool architecture and seeing beautiful colors. And so yeah, I really want to go to Taipei because I think Taipei looks really beautiful at night. I think Seoul looks beautiful at night too. Um, I think Hong Kong would look cooler at night if they still had the neon colors. They should have kept the neon colors, but they were too dangerous. Uh, what genres do you like? I like all genres of music pretty much. I listen to pretty much everything. Um, Genres I like the most is I would say I like folk punk a lot, or just like normal folk music. Like, I like acoustic music a lot. I like let me see here. Let me see here. I'm trying to think. I like I used to like heavy metal a lot, and I mean literally all subgenres of metal. I used to really, really love just listening to black metal, death metal. I like doom metal for the longest time. a lot of like stoner stuff. Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats was one of my favorite metal bands. I like Black Sabbath a lot. I liked Death, and I like this band called Psy, which was this Japanese avant-garde black metal band, which they had this album called Imaginary Sonoscape, which was really good. I liked Mayhem and sort of Burzum and stuff. I liked a lot of prog as well. Like I liked Opeth, Camel, classic stuff like Pink Floyd and King Crimson, and I liked more like neo prog, like the Mars Volta and Coheed and these guys. I liked a lot of Tool. I listened to a whole bunch of Tool, and I can't even really get into Tool anymore. I loved Dream Theater as well. I would sit down and I would listen to these like 1 hour Dream Theater albums. Um, I really love hip hop, especially like the more experimental stuff like Clipping and Death Grips. But I also, I also really like, stuff like MF Doom and Killer Mike and Kendrick Lamar, Kanye, these guys. I like Danny Brown. Uh, what else? Let me see here. I like listening to hip hop while walking down any street anywhere is great. Music plus movement just works for some reason. I agree. I used to really be into trap music. Like I was really, really deeply involved into trap. I knew so much about it, and I listened to all this trap music. Most of that stuff has just exited my mind at this point because that was just me in 2017 and 2018 being retarded. I still like I still every now and again I still like to listen to Playboy Cardi, Lil Ugly Mane, Young Thug, and see who was the other one who I listened to a lot. Uh who was the really aggressive guy? Well, okay, there's a lot of them that are like that. But other than that, I like Denzel Curry a whole bunch. Um, Honestly, Lil Yachty is really good. Now, people give Lil Yachty shit. I think Lil Boat 2 was trash, but I really like Lil Yachty. Um, do you like Nas Sheeds? I don't know if I've listened to them. I like a lot of Russian electronic music. Really love Human Tetris, the band Human Tetris. There's a band that I really like that I don't know how to pronounce. I like Kino, which was probably one of the most famous Russian musicians. He made a lot of songs with a lot of cool solos and stuff, but there's a lot of Russian electronic music I like. Like there's this Belarusian band I talked about on a stream once that I forgot the name of them. There's too many artists to remember. I finished a program with a symphonic band, and now I'm free to make music. I want to make neat, inspired jazz combo music. That would be awesome. I would love to hear that. That would be really, really cool. I love Shinsei Kamata-chan. He doesn't really have a genre. Shinsei Kamata-chan, like experimental stuff like that is great. I love noise music like Gore Shit or Ema Mouse. Ema Mouse is another one. She basically makes noise denpa. Denpa music is another one. Denpa music is absolutely incredible. I love denpa. Yeah, there's a lot of great music. Have you listened to Kill Bill Ramona? Very good album. I love that album. It's really, really good. A lot of great bars. It's just very comfy as a record. Freestyle Fridays by EW is also an incredibly good playlist. Kill Bill is one of the few rap hip hop albums I can get into. Hope I can listen to more. Flatbrush Zombies is also good. Tanky Star appears. Wait, so there was a question I had about Hong Kong, right? Okay, so what I think about the protests in Hong Kong is I think they're kind of silly, basically. Is that, basically, like, what they mean by extradition is that if someone murders someone in mainland China and then they go to Hong Kong, basically the law is that they can be extradited to mainland China in order to basically pay for the crimes that they committed in the mainland. That's what extradition is. Like, it's, I don't think that's like a hot take. I think that's a pretty simple opinion to understand. It's just that the media has kind of blown the thing out of proportion to make it be about like political prisoners and stuff when like Mexico and the United States have an extradition treaty. Like, extradition is pretty normal with all countries. Like, I don't understand why there shouldn't be an extradition treaty in China for China. Like, it's the same country. Hong Kong is not a different country. They just have a different government structure. So the fact that they don't have an extradition treaty just makes no fucking sense to me. It's like most countries have extradition treaties. The idea of not having one is just silly. Like, I don't I don't understand this whole rhetoric about it being about political prisoners. It's about committing a crime in the mainland. Like like a lot of people do financial crimes in the mainland, for instance, and then they go to Hong Kong in order to avoid punishment, and then they just don't get punished because they're in Hong Kong. So I think the protests are just a bunch of middle class people getting angry about nothing and being swayed by the media because they're stupid. Uh, Let me see here. Flat Breast Zombies is also good. I don't think I've listened to that. Uh, Nas heads are Islamic songs. As per traditional Islamic rules, they don't have instruments. Labak is a good artist in that genre. Interesting. Uh, Bruh, like 1/3 of the city came to the protest. It's not just middle class people. I mean, a lot of the people who are out here saying, like, oh man, we have to go back, we have to wave the Union Jack flag and all this other stuff. Like, the people who are really into the Hong Kong protests, like, those people are just angry fucking rich people, man. And the media doesn't talk about the pro China protests. Like, literally in the same protests that they had of the people protesting against the mainland Chinese government, there were a whole bunch of people who were waving mainland China flags and like who were, counter protesters to the other guys. So, there were two sides of the issue. I think the media, the media represented just the people who were protesting against the bill, but there were a whole lot of people who were protesting for the bill. So, um, but yeah, no, I think the people who are really into the protests, who actually have enough time to be in the protests, are just getting angry over nothing. Like, the people who don't have time to go out there and protest are the people who are actually like working. So I don't know. It feels like a bunch of stupid young people. That's how it feels to me. The US has sanctuary laws, doesn't it? Those are silly. You can't arrest me. I'm praying in church. Um, I believe the US has sanctuary laws, yes. Uh, but let me see here. What else was I going to talk about? There were a lot of topics today. Taiwanese Chinese like to have nothing to do with mainland China. That's just the vibe I get from Taiwanese people I know who are mostly liberal, pro-Taiwanese separatism. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people in Hong Kong. Um, uh, I'm not going to argue politics with you like we have fundamentally different views on things. Well, I mean, you can be wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong with just having incorrect views, but like, what I'm saying, I think, is pretty simple. Like, extradition as a concept is not a radical idea. Most countries have extradition treaties with one another. Um, so let me see here. What else was I gonna say? But yeah, I've been really tired pretty much the whole day. And I tried doing some exercises and stuff. I pace constantly. All I ever do is pace all the time. Um, it's all I ever do is just constantly pace. Um, and it's very tiring. But like I tried taking I tried taking vitamin D and stuff each day, but let me see. What is he saying now? Hong Kong became part of China basically because China took over Hong Kong. You realize that Hong Kong was literally taken over by the British, that it was a colonial country. It was a colony of the British. It was originally part of China. What are you talking about? Oh, let me see here. Oh boy. Uh, there was basically a deal that was made with the UK that said, okay, said, all right, we'll give you back the land that already was Chinese land, and then you have one country, two systems. It's supposed to be one country, they just have two different systems. So it's not that hard. It's not that hard to understand. Um, they can protest all they want, but soon enough, these people will be shown who's in control. I don't think so. I feel like the the people voted for the pro-Chinese party that's there, but they're not supposed to be formally part of the mainland until 2050. What is it, 2050 or 2055, something like that? Might be 45. I don't fucking remember. But yeah, it's not supposed to like fully converge with the system until then. Uh Let's see. But still, Hong Kong people view themselves fundamentally different. I don't think all Hong Kong people view themselves as fundamentally different. And if they do, the reason that a lot of them do, is just because the Western media has shaped them that way. Where like, if you have a free market system that just allows, all of the Western media in, then, the people who own those media outlets are just going to control what you think. They're going to say the same, blatantly false things about China, mainland China, that our media says, and then people in Taiwan or not Taiwan, people in Hong Kong are going to read it, then they're going to go, oh, look at these blatantly false things that China is doing. This is terrible. This is horrendous, dangerous, authoritarianism. Got to destroy them. It's like, yeah, of course they think that because they're consuming biased media sources that the market specifically put there. I mean, do you know how much the CIA and the Central Intelligence Agencies fund separatist groups in Hong Kong? Like, there's been a real history there of, like the Umbrella Movement, for instance. A lot of the guys who were in the Umbrella Movement were directly involved, with Western powers. So I don't think it's fair to just say, well, the people feel this way, when like there's several degrees of nuance there. Um, and the thing with the Tibetans, the thing with the Tibetans has a long history, but behind it. Um, but I don't want to argue about that because it's a long conversation, and I don't want to talk about China. Why is everyone talking about China in the chat? Let's talk about something more fun. Uh, there is only one gender. Um, uh, I would say there's two. I don't, I don't know if that's a meme or not, but let me see here. Oh boy, ask something else that's not politics related, please. I'm too tired for this. Oh boy. Oh Lord. But yeah, I've just been. Let's see. What's your favorite game controller? Ooh. That's a really good question. I think the GameCube controller is probably my favorite. Mostly just because the GameCube controller was a controller that I had very, fundamental experiences with growing up. Um, where like it was one of the first consoles I ever played, besides the Dreamcast and PS2 and stuff. And I really connected with the controller in my hands because I had small hands at the time, and I feel like it's the perfect controller for both people with small and big hands. It sort of melds itself. It sort of melds itself in your hands, regardless of what age you are. And so, it's really great. It's a really, really great controller. I think it's I think it's fantastic for like first person shooters, especially. Like I played this game called 13 a lot, which was basically a cell shaded first person shooter. And I played it on the GameCube a lot. And I think the GameCube controller is just perfect for first person shooters, even though they didn't have that many on the system. I played Medal of Honor Rising Sun on the GameCube a lot as a kid, and that game worked really well. It's fantastic for platformers. It's just like it fits in your hands perfectly and everything is mapped out so well. I love the controller. It's probably my favorite one. Um I think the PS4 controller is really good too. That one is slowly becoming one of my favorites. Um am I gonna say the Super Nintendo controller? The Super Nintendo controller is a little bit basic. Uh hmm. Let me see. This is a really good question. I like the Duke. I like the ginormous Xbox controller. The ginormous Xbox controller that's like does not fit in most people's hands, but I think it's really cool. Let me see here. As I'm watching, I'm modifying my Switch controller to have the octagonal gate around its control sticks, just like the GameCube. Awesome. That's really cool. Isn't there a version? Isn't there a version of the GameCube controller that Nintendo released for the Switch? I could be wrong about that, but I remember seeing something like that being released. Man, if I had a Switch, I would, I'd buy that straight away, right away. Um, do you like visual novels? I have only played one visual novel, and that was Minaria's Cuckolding Report. Really terrible game. It's not hot. Literally no part of it is hot. It's basically it's about this like big titty girl who like basically this guy has a cuckolding fetish, right? And he tries to like sell out his wife to other men, and there's a conflict in the game between him and his wife. And certain parts of it are really funny. Minaria's Cuckolding Report. But I had played the game at the time because I wanted to review it. I thought it had a really interesting title that would draw in views. So I played the entire game in one night, and it yeah, like I it was a pretty funny game. Unironically, like the first like 30 minutes or the first hour of the game was actually kind of well written. It sort of delved into sort of the psychology of NTR, and I think it was well paced in the beginning. But that entire visual novel from there on is a train wreck. It's just really repetitive and boring, and it seems very amateurish. So that's the only visual novel I've played. I think I gave it like a 3 out of 10 on Visual Novel Database. um, I mean, I'll play more visual novels eventually. I think, I think, I think when I get better at Japanese and I'm able to, uh, read the visual novels and stuff, I'll get really into them. Um, you see, Nintendo only releases USB adaptations for GameCube control ports and occasionally releases new GameCube controllers with the old ports, but never a USB GameCube controller. Okay, so you can technically use it on the system. I see. Nice. Can't wait for VR VNs. I mean, what's the point of that though? What's the point of having a visual novel in VR? Because you're just at that point you're just clicking. You're just clicking through text, and then the VR component would not make any difference. It would just be the same, except it's closer to your face now. Seems like kind of a waste of time. I mean, I'm of the opinion that VR is just kind of a gimmick. Like, I don't think VR is gonna last, which is kind of sad because I think VR chat is really cool. Like I like watching Seymour's videos where he just talks to random people in VR chat. I have it installed on my computer because there's settings that you can basically turn on to make it to where you can play VR chat without a VR headset. You just have to use the keyboard, and it crashes on my computer a lot because I don't think it's meant to run on Linux. but I'm just kind of forcing it to run. Um, but yeah, it's a pretty fun game. The one reason I would ever want a VR helmet is to play that game. And I know Psychonauts has like a VR game that's supposed to be pretty cool, but yeah, I don't think VR is gonna last. More new people. Hello. I think these are the same people. Yeah, he just said they're the same people as the last time. Usually it is the same people. You know, there's always the lurkers. There's the lurkers who don't comment anything. And then there's the regulars, the people who I see on every single stream unless they're asleep. And then every now and again there's new people. VR chat can take up infinite storage space unless you clear out your cache regularly. Just a heads up. I didn't know that. Shinobu Project looks cool. Wait a minute, Shinobu is getting her own VR game? Shinobu is fucking hot. I don't care. I don't care what people say. Shinobu is one of the hottest anime characters, unironically. But yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. Well, I understand VR. The thing is that with VR, because there isn't enough budget, because there isn't enough budget, they don't tend to be able to have the resources to make. They don't tend to have the resources to be able to make really great games, you know. Uh, she looks like a kid. Sure, why not? I mean, why does that matter? It's a drawing. It's not real. Uh, does anyone disagree with Shinobu being hot? Yeah, that's my question. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Unless they're just like hardcore SJWs or something. Or weird Christians. Oh boy. I'm about to get myself in trouble. Every time I do a live stream, there's always going to be one thing I say that gets me canceled. Shinobu can be any age you want. Just get some blood. Yeah, I mean, there's an adult Shinobu. Like she transforms into a big titty girl in Kizumonogatari. Jalen Harris says F. Yeah, I get canceled all the time. Every day my existence is getting canceled. You should check out this video by the YouTuber Mr. Cynical. Check out this video by the YouTuber Mr. Cynical called Wait, is the stream cutting out? Why is the stream cutting out? Can you hear it now? Can you hear the stream better now? I thought I was moving the camera around too much. Can you hear it now? No, it isn't cutting out. Okay, cool. But yeah, look up the video. What was it called? It was that fucking Mr. Cynical video about Lolicon. Let me see here. I know it's called something. It's not. What is it called? Mr. Cynical has a really good video about Lolicon. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, I'm sure if you Google around you'll find it. There's a video by Pause and Select, the YouTuber Pause and Select, called The Contours of Lolicon, which is really good as well. I just checked that out. But I'm trying to remember this fucking Mr. Cynical video. I don't know what it's called. You never got canceled as hard as me. I changed my profile pic to a dead person for a reason. I've never... Is it dead person from an anime? Is that what it is? Is it a dead person from an anime? I've never seen Haibane Renmei, so I don't know who this character is. Well, that's not entirely true. I've seen the first 2 episodes of Haibane Renmei. I just never finished the show. I know it's called something. That's how bad my memory is. It's literally just called In Defense of Lolly and Lolly Art. Yeah, so okay, look up In Defense of Lolly and Lolly Art. Very good video. The only good video on Mr. Cynical's channel. Let me see here. All of them are dead. Oh, all of them are dead in Haibane Renmei. I don't remember anything from the show. I tried to watch it in like very early 2017, I think. So I don't remember anything from the show. Oh my god, I remember 2017. I remember January of 2017 going out in the snow, going out of the in the snow and riding on my snowboard. It wasn't a snowboard, it was a snow sleigh, I think is what it was. It was just this plastic piece of shit. Um, oh my God, that was so much fun. I want to do that again. I wish I could do that every day. I wish there was like a big hill that I could go on and I could sled. I could sled on a snow sleigh. That would be so much fun. I want to get into Toho, but it seems like a lot. Just start somewhere. Go to Nya, go to nya.si and download all of the games in a big torrent and then just start playing them. Um, but but yeah, like it, I wish there was more snow. I wish I could experience snow all the time. And maybe like if I go to like Hokkaido in Japan, which I mean Hokkaido seems kind of boring. There's not enough stuff to do there. It's like Osaka has a lot of stuff to do because you can go to Dindin Town. If you go to Dindin Town, man, you just got like tons of stores of anime and video games and stuff, and you can go to arcades. There's lots of good food there and stuff. But I have a Japanese friend who's from Hokkaido, and it seems like a comfy place in the wintertime. In the wintertime, Hokkaido gets a lot of snow. So maybe I'll get into it. I don't know. Ugh. I think I've decided recently. Recently, I've decided that I have to figure out what my career is actually going to be, because I don't think I'm going to be able to survive just by being a translator. I don't think it's going to work that way. Um, I think I could make a little bit of extra money from being a translator, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make my livelihood doing that. So I sat down and I looked at, okay, what are the jobs that the normies want the most? What are the jobs that immediately pay a lot? And then I got, okay, an engineer, I can't do that because there's too much math involved and it seems boring. Um, and like all of the jobs that I was interested in out of the normie jobs were just in the medical field. Like, I don't think I could be a psychologist because I don't really believe in the field. Uh, but like, I, I, um, I like being a nurse. I have a friend who's been basically training to be a nurse for the last like 3 years, and I'm really interested in medicine. I've read some books about medicine. I think medicine is really interesting. Um, and if I had to get a normie job, I know being a nurse would pay a lot. I know it would pay a lot of money, and I wouldn't have to work that way forever. Yeah, there's going to be really long hours, and you know, there's going to be really long hours and stuff, but I wouldn't have to just log things into computers all the time. Like if I, but yeah, he says pharmacy seems pretty cushy. If I worked in a pharmacy, I would just have to log things in computers all the time. Um, and so I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to do that. Um, but let me see here. What was I gonna say? So yeah, being a nurse, I think I could do. I would just have to study for it. Like you have to spend a year doing core classes, which, you know, I've studied for the GED and everything. So once I get the GED done, the stuff that I would be doing in core classes wouldn't be that different. Like it would be a bit more advanced, and so I would need help. But I just have to go to tutoring if I need help. If you're committed to going to tutoring, then you're gonna be able to get it done. And because I have dyscalculia, I could basically just tell them like, hey, I need extra help, or like withhold certain things from my studies or something. And then they could just be like, all right, dope, let's do it. Um, and with being a nurse, because it's a technical job, at least the state of Kentucky subsidizes a lot of that. There's a lot of scholarships you can get from the government, because so few people just want to do that. Like there's so few people. There's so few people who want to do that career here. I mean, the same is true with most of the southern states, because the southern states end up getting back more in taxes than they put in. So you look at a bigger state like Illinois or New York, they're ultimately going to be putting more into taxes than they get back. And so they don't have the ability to give so many government scholarships for technical jobs. Whereas in a state like mine, because we're, boy, I don't know what the fuck just happened. Don't know what the fuck just happened. Basically, what I was gonna say was that we get more back, basically. We get more back in taxes and stuff. So we can have lots of these scholarships. So I was thinking like, well, okay, if I can get a big scholarship for being a nurse, right, and I can get financial assistance on it, and then I can become a nurse and make enough money to pay off the debts that I got from going to Japan, then at that point I would be pretty much straight because I would have to go get my medical license in Japan. I'd have to go get a medical license there because they basically just have different standards for it. But after I did that and I understood all of the medical terminology in Japanese, I would have my bachelor's degree and I could just get a work visa for skilled work. And then I could like work in a Japanese hospital, you know? Um, and I think that would be a way, way more viable option than being a translator because with being a translator, you have to translate so many manuals and you never really know where your work is going to be coming from. You have to work all the time just to make ends meet. And I think it would just be a more stable career. It would make more sense. And I would be able to do it. Like if I just worked hard enough, I would be able to become Nurse Star. I would just have to work hard enough to actually do it. And yeah, I wouldn't be getting a whole lot of sleep because my sleep schedule is very unstable. Um, and but I mean, you can be a night nurse, what matters is being able to get a work visa firstly, but also being able to make enough money that I could save up that money and then be able to live the way that I want for a while. And with being a nurse, people always need nurses, so you're always going to get hired, and you can make a fuck ton of money doing that. Um, Let me see here. There's a bunch of stuff. IT programming. I don't like programming. I think programming is boring. Uh, Hitman. I don't have the connections to become a hitman, and I I don't be. There's a part of me that would really want to be a hitman, and then there's another part that says the rules that I've put here for myself, the system that I've created for myself says I should not do that. It goes against the rules. So I don't like breaking the rules. I have rules in my head that I've crafted specifically not to do stuff like that. So as much as I might want to be a hitman, I can't break those rules. Let me see. Night security. Night security would be a very boring job. It would. I don't want to be night security. All you do is just sit around all day. I don't want to do that. What draws you to nurse? I just think medicine is interesting. I think medicine is just a really interesting profession. And I don't know. Beyond that, yeah, I just think medicine is cool. Uh, since Abe wants more immigrants, it'll be easy. Yeah, Abe passed the bill. He passed the bill that said like skilled workers can get a visa much, much easier. So because I'd be a skilled worker, I would be able to get a visa pretty fast. Wasn't it like he was giving permanent residency or something to skilled workers? It was something huge like that. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, Japan's really cool. Shinzo Abe is not even that bad of a prime minister. Like I have ideological differences with Shinzo Abe, but like I can understand his mindset. I can understand why he does the things he does. And he's not that bad. Like the more that I watch Japanese news, like because I watch a lot of Japanese news on live streams, and like I can understand why he sort of has the domestic and foreign policies that he has, given the history of Japan and sort of how to make the country more prosperous within the system that he's working in. So yeah, a lot of people really don't like Shinzo Abe. I don't think he's that bad. I mean, he sort of wasn't he the one who pushed for the first anti-discrimination bill in Japan, the first anti-discrimination bill was for Koreans or something. The otaku politician guy gaining momentum is in Japan. His future will be interesting. What otaku politician guy? I know there was a former prime minister. There was a former prime minister of Japan who was an otaku. I forget his name, but he was for the Liberal Party, the same party Abe is in. Um, but they called him like the otaku prime minister or whatever. Is there another otaku politician? Is there a different one? I don't know who this is. I need to be updated on this. Oh boy, who Lord. I haven't watched the news in a while. That's probably why. Maybe they don't bring it up. But yeah, he drives around playing Vocaloid from a van? What the hell? Who is this? Can you give me a name? I don't know who this is. A politician in Japan drives around playing Vocaloid. I love this man. I don't care what his beliefs are. He could be like a far, far right nationalist who wants to deport me. I don't care who he is. I would vote for him. Oh. It's like when Muslims vote for Trump because they want their industrial jobs to come back to the country. Oh boy. But yeah, I had something I wanted to talk about. I've been tired. I've been really tired and bored. And you know what I did? What I did in like the last day or two is I've been looking at this is the most degenerate thing I'll say, is that I've been looking at porn because I've been so bored. I've been so bored that I've been going on like in hentai and looking at doujin websites. And I never do this. I never do it. And it's the like I don't know why I'm talking about it like it's a big deal, but like it I never look at it, so it's really weird. But yeah, I've been looking at doujins and stuff. Because I've been that bored. I've just been that bored, man. Uh, I I get these I get these moments where I'm just like I wish I was in some kind of physical relationship, just anything, not even sexual all the time, just like holding somebody, being able to touch someone. It gets, it gets so boring. It gets so boring just sitting in here by myself all the time that like sometimes I just want to be with somebody, to break up the monotony, to do something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just complaining. Taru Yamamata, he was voted in parliament recently. Cool. I'll have to look him up if I remember. It's really cool. A Vocaloid, the politician who runs around listening to Vocaloid. That is amazing. What party is he from? He's probably just from the Liberal. He's probably just from the Liberal Party. So that is kind of the establishment party in Japan. You know what I find interesting about Shinzo Abe is that he used to be like this politician who like no one liked, that like he was the guy who wasn't going to get voted in. He didn't have a lot of support, but then eventually over time he just became prime minister and became like really powerful. And I find it kind of interesting. I think he has a cool aesthetic. Like when I look at him, I go, man, that guy looks cool. Maybe that's just with Asians in general, though. Like maybe because like Asians look like foreign. Like even if they're like really old people, I'll just go, oh man, this Asian person looks cool because they look Asian. I don't know if this is racist. I don't know if I'm accidentally being racist or not. But unironically, Asian people look the coolest out of any ethnicity. This is not yellow fever. This is not me being a weeaboo. This is just genuine appreciation. This is just genuine appreciation of how they look. Like, I'll give you my yellow card. Thank you. Thank you, C. I appreciate it. I wouldn't mind working in a South Korean hospital. There's a lot of problems with like South Korean culture and stuff. But I think it would be interesting to work in a South Korean hospital for a little bit. To be interest wait no To help attest to his commitment to this platform, he drove campaign vehicles around blaring his own Vocaloid theme song Yamada Taro no Yuta, or Yamada Taro song. Their goal was making a song so catchy once you heard it you can't get it out of your head. That is awesome. That is really really awesome. um yeah. That's really cool. uh I like that's such an amazing marketing gimmick too, is that like the whole idea of what was I gonna say? Yeah, the whole idea of making a song that's so catchy is like what commercials do. On commercials, in order to get you to buy products, if they have a theme song, they're usually using it to just make sure you know what the product is and you never forget it. Like 75% of marketing is just awareness. If everyone is aware of a thing, they're more likely to pick it up. So that's really genius. That is a genius tactic right there. Move to China for a GF, break up with her after a year, see her face everywhere, China Jut PNG. I don't know what that's in reference to. Doesn't really make any sense within any frame of logic or understanding of how the world works, so I don't understand what that means. Um, but yeah, I love when Japan markets things, because Japan is so good at marketing that like they on commercials, for instance. I watch a lot of Japanese commercials in between the TV channels that I get on this live streaming service. And so like I'll see these just really bizarre, loud, crazy, and absurd commercials that you would not get in the West. In the West, we have kind of milk toast, kind of standard commercials that are all seeking to mimic one another. In Japan, it feels like even the way that they sell you products is cool. Like they're able to make everything aesthetic. Like that's how I would describe it, is that even the smallest things in Japan are made to be aesthetic. And it's really cool. Japanese TV is fun, especially their subtitles. I love Japanese TV. I made a vlog about this, talking about how Japanese TV basically makes me feel like a kid whenever I watch it. Um, oh boy, doggy got up. I don't know where he's going now. He's trying to sniff my fucking head. He's trying to walk over my head. What is he doing? He never does this except when his sister is in heat. But like what was I gonna say? Uh oh yeah. Like American TV I feel like has way less variety, and like Japan knows how to make even the most mundane, boring shows fun. I could watch Japanese TV all the time. I could I could 100% see myself coming home from work in Japan and just watching TV there. It's great. It's really great. I like variety show. Let's see. That's I I don't know how to pronounce that. Fuck. That's like science stuff with virtual YouTubers, boring topics that they make. It's so fun. Um, yeah, I'll have to check it out. Um, my Japanese pronunciation is bad. I don't like voicing the words because of that, because my pronunciation's really bad and it embarrasses me. Um, oh boy. Hmm. I wish I had like drugs or something, like something to just make life more interesting. Just feels like life is so boring. Everything is just so boring. Uh, it's Garibinja ga V, but there's no English version. Okay. Weed is great for that. I can't just get weed all the time. That costs money. I don't have just infinite supplies of money running around. You know, like when I get my next monies for YouTube, I'm gonna spend it on equipment for the videos because it feels like this is kind of all I do now. And I don't know. I want to at least make them better. Like feels like I keep making the same types of videos, and I'm afraid that people will go away or it'll get uninteresting if I don't change things up or do something. Like I keep making the same things every day, and sometimes I just sit down and I think about what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Like it I don't know, man. Weed is legal here, so it's pretty cheap. It's pretty much like the only thing that keeps me creative. Are you in Canada or a legal weed state or something? Um, I think Canada would be pretty nice if it wasn't so boring. Canada seemed, oh, Washington State, okay. Washington State seems kind of nice. I would want to go to Portland, Oregon. I want to go to Portland, Oregon before I leave the US. Um, I like it here. Doesn't Washington State basically have like subsidized healthcare or something? I remember watching the Democratic debates and then Jay Inslee was on there and he said that Medicare for all in his state was the only country where it worked or something like that. I don't remember what he said. He said something like that. Uh, I am moving to Portland. I'm saving to move to Portland. Good luck. Um, Canada is the less vocal social justice version of the US. Yeah, they have some kind of weird laws in there. Like I remember seeing a law in Canada that said it like if you don't give your kid HRT, it's like child abuse or something. But I feel like maybe the law was taken out of context, or maybe it was taken out of context because I think I remember the law being about like homelessness because a lot of parents kick their kids out of their home if they're trans and stuff. So I think maybe that's what the law was about. I actually don't know much about it. I just know a bunch of people got mad, but Canada seems fine. They don't seem like they have a lot of problems up there. Um, yeah, I don't pay for anything for my HRT and psychotics at all. Oh, wow. So it's free. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Yeah, and in Kentucky, healthcare is pretty bad. Is that I think it was the governor of Kentucky voted to expand Medicaid here or something like that. But I don't have healthcare, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't have healthcare right now. I haven't had healthcare for several months. The owner of Bestgore was arresting for corrupting morals for hosting a gore site in Canada. I mean, that's not any of my business. If, Canadians want to vote for people who they feel like, these things represent their morals, these things represent the kind of country they want to live in. I can't blame them for that. You know, like I like gore because those are the values that I was raised in. I was raised in a country that didn't have a lot of problems with that. I was raised in an environment that sort of led me to enjoying those things. But I feel like, Canada, they just have different values, you know. They just have they have different values as people. I may not agree with them, but it's their country. They can do whatever they want. Did you know having intent to move to Washington makes you a resident? What? What? Having intent to move to Washington makes you a resident. Maybe I should go to college there. If I I want to do an exchange program. After I get back from Japan, I want to do an exchange program in college to basically go to medical school or not medical school, go to college for medicine in Japan. But I don't know. I don't know if I can get an exchange program to do that. And if I did, it would probably just be for a couple semesters. But because I don't think they have an exchange program where you can stay for the entire length of your degree. Um, I may go to Washington. I may go to Washington to go to school because they have weed there, and the cities look. I mean, they have lots of rain there. Cities don't look astounding. They just kind of have the same architecture that everywhere else in the US has. But and the healthcare would be free, so I wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. How long will you be in Japan? 2 years. I'll be there for 2 years. Become a resident. It's easy to become a Washington State resident. Simply take some action that proves you intend to live in the state on a more than temporary or transient basis. Wow, that's really cool. Maybe Washington State is actually like the most woke state in the United States. That might Washington State might be the only woke state in the US besides Oregon. I think Oregon is pretty woke. Oregon is woke about a lot of things. They have good public transit in Oregon. Oregon, or at least in Portland, I know at least in Portland. Portland, Oregon might be the only fucking place in the US that has good public transit. But maybe Washington is the only woke place. What do you think of micronations? Could you clarify what about micronations? They're fine. People should do whatever they want. I think having small autonomous territories is good. Like if you have like a central government, and then if you have like little bitty autonomous territories that can kind of like self-govern, and then just like they can basically have representation in the central government to like veto stuff that they do to keep the central government from like making laws that negatively affect them or something. I think autonomy is pretty cool. I think self-governance is pretty cool. Uh, Micronations as an idea is fine. I don't really care that much. Um, Let me see here. Yeah, I might go to Washington to go to school. I could do that. I could tolerate that. I saw an article. My phone sent me an article that said Mississippi was going to legalize marijuana for users who were 18 years old and up, which I thought was interesting because so often in these states, you get marijuana use for 21-year-olds. You have to be 21 to purchase it. But in this Mississippi law that seems to be on the ballot now, would legalize it for 18-year-olds. Very interesting, I think. Now, if you can buy cigarettes, you should be allowed to buy weed. Oh, can you do a reverse annex? Like if you're Mexico, can you just insist that you're now a part of Russia? Is that possible? I don't think that's possible, no. I don't think that's possible at all. But yeah, I heard that there was a marijuana law in Mississippi on the ballot. So I was thinking, well, maybe I'll go to school in Jackson, Mississippi. Have to deal with the fucking hot weather, the stupid people, the violence. It'll be great. Just like everywhere in this country. A great time. Nurse Star. Here we go. It's gonna be the nurse arc, guys. Here we go. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine me making vlogs about the nurse arc? I finally get licensed to become a nurse, and I'm like, hey guys, so I just watched a patient die. That would be the fucking greatest content in the world. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing in the next 5 years, man. Oh, cute nurse star only, please. Yes. Oh boy. I've had people tell me in the comments that I'm cute. I don't understand that. What would bring someone to possibly believe that I'm cute? I don't understand that. Maybe there's something here I'm just not getting. But I've gotten a lot of comments telling me that I'm cute, and I don't get it. Elven features? Do I have elven features? I do I have elven features? That's a serious question. I've never noticed that at all. Japan legalized pizza for a few years. During that time, sexual assault dropped a lot. Do you mean cheese pizza? They legalized it. Uh, that is very strange. I don't think that's a good thing. Japanese pizza is whack. You've seen it? Oh no. There's people in here who've seen it. What the hell? It's not okay. Don't look at. Oh god. Okay. All right. I mean, it's not that odd. I mean, I've talked to people on the internet who have seen it before, but it's like that stuff, that stuff shouldn't be made. I haven't had pizza in 15 years. What the hell? So so there's multiple people who have seen it in the chat. And my fans are bizarre. I guess it's interesting. I guess it's interesting to have fans like this, but it's really bizarre. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, like I've been on the deep web and stuff and I've seen it by accident one or two times when I was like 13. But then, you just close out of it really fast and then you have to report it to the FBI if you see that. Like, you can't just look at it. You have to report those things. Let me see here. They made it illegal a few years ago. Good. It should be illegal. I think there's a misunderstanding. What? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm pizza or cheese pizza, right? CP. That's what you mean, right? I have been in a basement with a computer for 25 years, so it's happened. Let me see here. Have you been on a computer that long? I don't think you're that old. People who watch my channel aren't that old. I don't believe that. I don't believe that people who watch my channel have been alive for more than 25 years. There's some people on here who are 30. But it's kind of weird. To be honest, I'm not even sure what I saw was pizza. It wasn't on the dark web, so I bet it was just a petite actor. No FBI on my back so far. Yeah, it might have just been someone who's small. I know there's laws and regulations in place that basically say if an actor is too petite, if they're too petite, you can't make porn of them. But on some websites, what people will do is they'll like post in obscure film threads or something like that. Now we all know what these websites are, and then they'll post these covert images in like a coded way. Basically, they'll just they'll just post it in a really covert way, and whenever you find a link like that, just report it to the FBI, even if you don't know even if you don't know if it is like pizza or not. There's basically a system in place where you can just give them a tip on a link, and close out of it as fast as you can. Don't look at it for a very long time. Just give them a tip. But it's better to be safe than sorry about that stuff, I think, because it is a big deal. Like, the people who post this stuff should not be able to post it. It's not good. Like, these are real victims who are being used in these situations. That the fact that it's even allowed to be posted is only perpetuating the victimhood of those people, because now you have a system in place where people can make money off of it. Now you have a system in place where people will regularly share it, and it becomes normalized. It shouldn't become normalized. So there's a lot of websites that post those things, and it'll be around for a few hours, and then the administrators of the site will delete it, um, or they'll just get away with having it on there. There's a lot of like jailbait culture running around of people posting stuff that isn't exactly porn but's close to it. Um, I don't really have any strong feelings about that entire idea, because if it's not, if it's not if it's not like really really on the nose, I think it's fine. Um, but if it is, like, obviously that's bad. Like, I think, let me see here. Uh, and was DOD'd kid had computer all my life. I haven't had a computer all my life. I grew up with an E-machine when I was pretty young. I had an E-machine that was forced to run Windows XP. And the E-machine was pretty bad. I put Windows ME on it at one point. Um, I put Windows ME on it at one point, and then um, because that's what it was supposed to run. But I would use Internet Explorer for like YouTube and stuff on Windows ME, and it would never work. And I would get so frustrated using that computer. It's the first computer I ever had. Uh, Child modeling should be illegal. Child modeling slash acting? In what form? I think child modeling is fine because they're not nude. Now, if they're not nude, then at that point they're not, being victimized and stuff. As long as, I think, the child can't consent. They can't consent to having their pictures taken in a sexual way. So as long as they're not nude, as long as it's just like a bikini or something, that's fine, because you can just see that at a beach, that just happens in reality. It's that's just normal. But like, as long as like they're not nude, I think it's fine. But they can't, they can't consent to having their pictures taken if they are nude. That's the hard fast line that I think people should always follow. Um, Let me see here. What are we talking about? All I see in the chat is Japanese pizza, cheese pizza. Apparently, we got on the topic of cheese pizza somehow. Um, I don't know how. I think Japanese guy, or maybe it's Russian guy with Japanese characters, um, mentioned that Japan only outlawed cheese pizza a couple years ago. So I was responding to something he said. Um, Let me see here. My first computer only ran DOS, and I had to install Windows 3 myself. Are you that old? Huh, interesting. I didn't know I had people that old watching these streams. I don't know who Laura B is. Star, I just remembered you and I are minors. This is a tad bit awkward. um, yeah, well, I mean, I don't think, is what I'm saying like radical? That children can't consent? I don't think is that a radical statement now? I don't understand. So, but yeah, this is an awkward discussion for a lot of people. Uh, I I wasn't intentionally trying to be awkward. Um, but yeah, I mean, I do think that the age of consent itself should be like 16. So I think 16 is just like a general, like, I think it's a good number. Like, most European countries have it at 16. Most countries around the world have it at 16. So I think that's a fine I think that's a fine number to have. Uh, we're sinned until our util or I don't know what you're saying. Is it German? Lord B is a child model pedos post on 8chan to scare normies away. Why would you scare normies away? But oh my fucking god, that's just gross. That is literally just gross. Anyway, let's talk about something else. This is a weird discussion. Is it ask me questions about stuff that isn't matters of legality or like weird social issues, please. Oh, let me see here. This, yeah, literally the entire chat is just talking about pizza now. This is so weird. Favorite color, black. I love the color black. Um, uh, I like the color black. Oh, he deleted the message. I hope that wasn't. I really hope that was you didn't post something that would get me in trouble by saying those words, man. Come on, have some control. But favorite color, I would say black. Black is probably my favorite color. I like the color black a lot. Oh, it was a song. Okay, yeah, it was a song. Okay. Um, but yeah, black. I really love the color black. I've always worn a lot of black. Um, I just like wearing it. I red was the color. I used to say red was my favorite color for like 12 years, something like that. It was a really fucking long time that I said red was my favorite color. Um, I like black and red a lot. Red is still like it's difficult for me to choose between red and black. I like both of those colors. I like both of those colors the most. They're both just so good. They're so symbolic. Like when you see the color red, it just makes you feel so much emotion. Same with the color black. Um, if I could wear a red suit, oh my God, I would love to wear an all red suit just around. I would do it all the time. I don't care how people would look at me. I do not care how people would look at me if they saw me just wearing a red suit all the time. I would do that literally constantly. I would love to go on a date to like a fancy restaurant in a red suit. That'd be cool. Um, I honestly I really love the aesthetic of like going to exorbitant places and like having enough money to do that. Like having enough money to go to like in an exorbitant restaurant and like just spend time with someone there. Like I would love to just put on like a really nice like red suit that just like exudes exorbitance. Like you can see it. Like it's like a rich person suit, and then go out to like a really fancy restaurant. I don't know why I care about these things. These are really weird. These are really weird things to care about. Um, but I'm honestly there's a part of me that is really attracted to like wealth and prestige, and I don't really talk about that very much, but there is a part of me that just I don't know why. Like maybe it's the aesthetic of it. I don't like the idea of being a millionaire. I wouldn't want to be a millionaire because I wouldn't want to be a millionaire just because I feel like that would be a really sad existence. Um, but like the idea of like being like middle class, like it's kind of one of my dreams to be a middle class person, and I know that sounds really really cringeworthy. I know that sounds like, oh, Star, he's on his bullshit again, but like I don't know, maybe it's just instilled into me from living in America, but like it is one of my dreams to be like a middle class person. I am not middle class. I am below the poverty line. Um, Let me see here. Black people are the only real humans. It's the name human. I'm an old millennial. I turn 26 next month. I grew up in the 90s and the early 2000s. Oh yeah, yeah. Tatsuhiro Sato is one of the older millennials who watch this channel. He's a rare breed because most of the people who watch the channel are like Zoomers. Marilyn Manson fans as edgy as ever. I don't like Marilyn Manson. Almost a wizard, Sato. Yeah, he is almost a wizard. Well, well, Sato has a girlfriend, so I don't think he can technically be a wizard. Have you heard of the Congo Dandies? I've never heard of them before. But yeah, I'm not middle class. I've never been middle class. Um, Literally, like my entire life, the only source of income we've had my entire life has always just been my mom's social security payments. My dad has never worked a job. Um, yeah, my dad has never worked a job in my lifetime. Like the entire time I've been alive, my dad's never worked a job. And so it's always been my mom getting her social security check. Is that my mom's social security check just pays for everything. Um, And so, with the money that she gets from Social Security, technically speaking, it is like just like on the poverty line. Like it, in the past we have not made enough to get by. I'll just say that. Like when I was really young, I used to starve like for like many, many days. I would be so hungry when I was a little kid. I would be so hungry that I would literally fall down. I would literally collapse that I had to lay down all of the time because I didn't have enough energy because I was never eating enough food. And so I would literally collapse due to not eating enough. And there was a lot of like actual starvation going on when I was younger just because we had to pay for car repairs and all kinds of just nonsense debt. Um, the bills cost a lot. Um, so yeah, it's pretty. It was a pretty big mess for the longest time. I think she gets, what is it, 1,000? Yeah, 1,000 a month, 1,000 a month in Social Security payments. So that was how much we had always been living on. Middle class here, we waste a lot of money on dumb shit, but we do live a nice lifestyle. I don't think I would ever want to buy a whole bunch of dumb shit. I would just want to, I would just want to buy like, I would just want to go to nice restaurants, really. I would want to go on a lot of dates. Like I'm a really misanthropic guy, and I don't like dating on the internet a lot of the time, um, because it like talking on the internet with someone I'm dating just feels like a waste of fucking time. But if I could be with someone physically and I could go on dates with them, I feel like that would be a lot of fun because I like going to places with my friends. My internet friends, I've met some of my internet friends in real life, and we've went to go do things that were really, really fun. And like if I could just go on dates with people, I would be totally down for that. Of course, it would have to be someone who I was interested in and who I felt comfortable with. But like I would love to just go on dates regularly. I think it would be really fun. Um, so I would probably just spend a lot of money on restaurants, to be honest. At least in the US, you can be a NEET easily, right? Because of shockways or whatever. I'm not aware of what you're referring to. I don't know what shockways is. Um, what is that? Is that like code for some kind of welfare system? I don't know what that is. Um, I'm underage. I'm 17 years old, so I'm a NEET because I live with my parents. If you live with your parents, then if you live with your parents, then I think most things are covered. Um, In the US, you cannot be a NEET easily in most cases unless your parents are paying for you because healthcare costs a lot of money, rent costs a lot of money, food costs a lot of money. You just can't. If you aren't living with your parents, you just can't. Um, if you live by yourself anyway. Do you get food stamps? Yeah, we get food stamps. VR Hiki Hangout. That sounds kind of boring. Feel like most people would be too anxious to talk. What if we kissed at Play Model Dungeon? I don't know what that is. What is this what if we kissed meme? I think I've seen you see post this what if we kissed meme several times in the chat. And it always confuses me. I don't know where it comes from. Is it a reference to something? Uh I'm very confused. If if a Korean guy actually wants to kiss me, I would be 100% down. I don't even care what they look like. I just care if they're Asian. That's how racist I am. Nice meme. It's ironic. It's a shitty normie meme that worms its way into my psyche. Well, I don't know about normie memes. I don't use Reddit. I don't use Reddit or Facebook. I don't use any social media apps. The only like at least kind of social media the only at least kind of social media thing that I use is Discord. I don't have a filter. I don't have a filter on anything I say. I say whatever's in my mind. I don't have a filter. You have Discord. Yeah, I have Discord. I put my Discord in the description of all of my videos, man. If you go to the description, do people read the description? I don't think people read the description, but I have my Discord in the description of all of my videos. Just all of the recent ones, at least. I was a hikikomori in Ukraine for 5 years. I was a hikikomori in Ukraine for 5 years, moved to Dallas, Texas for a software job at 90K for 2 years, then quit to live with my parents again. That's rough. Were you, were you, how did you become a hiki in Ukraine by, like, moving there because it was cheap? Or is that where you're from? Facebook is where memes go to die. No, I agree. No, if normies, if your parents are posting about it, it's probably dead. Question, are you considering college because middle class is hard to reach without it? Not impossible, just hard. I'm considering college because I have to eat food. I don't want to wage slave. I don't want to wage slave at Target or at a grocery store and then not have enough money to eat. So I have to go to college or I die is basically how it works. And I want to go to Japan too. Like if you literally cannot get a work visa in Japan without having a bachelor's degree. You just can't. You just can't get one otherwise. And so, yeah, I would have to, I would have to get a college degree if I want to become a Japanese citizen. It's just a fact. But being middle class is definitely part of it, is that I want to be middle class. The two options that I've always talked about is I either become middle class or I do whatever I want. And, you know, doing whatever I want has always consisted of, you know, being able to sleep at whatever times I want, being able to, let's see, being able to sleep at whatever times I want, you know, just being able to work on whatever I want, that type of thing, you know? But, like, the thing is that that's just not tenable. That's not something that you can make practical unless you're like an artist that makes money from doing their art. And I can't do that because the things that I make just aren't marketable, you know? Let me see here. I married a Ukrainian girl and moved there with her. Oh, that makes sense. Was there ever a time when you observed someone's filter easing up? No, I've seen that a bunch of times. I feel like I sometimes bring that out of people because I'll be in conversations and I'll just be brutally honest all the time. And so because I feel like because I'm so unfiltered, I can make people who I'm talking to be less filtered because no one can say things that are as extreme as I do. I'll just say some fucking insanely extreme stuff just out of nowhere. And then, like, I feel like because I can do it with a smile and because I can do it in a kind of charismatic way, people are fine with it. Or, like, I don't creep people out a lot of the time. Well, that's not entirely true. I creep people out sometimes. But, you know, I feel like people respect honesty a lot. And so if you're very, very honest to them, then they're going to be honest to you. I hate the Western idea of moving out at 18. Other cultures' ideas of living with family is nice. Well, you'd have to have a good relationship with your family in order for that to work. If you have a good relationship with your family, I'm sure it would be fine. But, you know, Asian families, they stick together. From everything I've read and seen, they stick together. And so I feel like because their culture, for lack of a better word, is more pure than ours, it makes sense for them. But, you know, I mean, I don't really care. I'm kind of an individualist guy anyway because I grew up in America, so whatever. Well, you can wage slave and do art shit like films or YouTube on the side if you want to go that route. But that route is hard, so college is the easier route. Yeah, no, the route is really hard because I would be poor. You know, I don't want to have to wage slave just to be poor. If, you know, if I could work in a technical field that might be more difficult to get to or might be more difficult to work in, I would much, much rather do that than wage slave and be poor, because that would feel like just endless suffering. It would feel like I'm just living in a black hole with no way up. At least, at least if I'm wage slaving as a nurse, I can save up enough money to go to Thailand and fuck off for a few years and be fine. You know, like you can save up money doing that because you just make so much. Whereas with wage slaving at a minimum wage job, it's a different case. Yeah, sounds like a special case where college might actually make sense. Yeah, especially because the field that I'm talking about, you know, the field that I'm talking about is a field that people keep on needing and not enough people want to fill, so you can make a lot of money doing it. Being middle class would most likely mean more stress and stuff. I don't think that's entirely true. Um, I don't think that's entirely true uh, because um, if you can save up a whole bunch of money, then you can quit your job and then just like be in need for a few years and then just get the job again. So, like with being a nurse, you can just get hired at a different hospital, for instance. Uh, on the adverse side of the Eastern household, there's the expectations of taking care of potentially unpleasant family elders until they die, but it's more likely that they respect you anyway. Yeah, I can see that. No, I can definitely see that. I mean, I'm kind of a sociopath anyway, so I would probably just desert the family members. Uh, Bitch, I'm way more unfiltered. Check my videos. I haven't seen your videos, but I can check them out. You'll have to remind me, but I'll check out your videos. Um, Waiting for Left 4 Dead 3. Is Left 4 Dead 3 coming out? Yes and no. Middle class lifestyle is simultaneously very chill and very internally stressed. Thailand has a lot of crime against tourists. Yeah, I know that. Um, I just gave Thailand as an example. I probably wouldn't want to actually move to Thailand. That was just an example. I think Vietnam is probably better. To be honest, college can also lead to office job wage slavery, but a higher pay. But nursing could be nice. Yeah, yeah. No, I think nursing would be better than doing an office job. Or like nursing, you have to work really long hours a lot of the time. But I could deal with that profession. You know, I feel like if I can't deal with it, then I just will. Even if I can't deal with it, I will just teach myself to deal with it. I've adapted to a lot of things. As I know, as long as I believe in myself and as long as I try hard enough, I'll be able to adapt to it. It's just a matter of being able to at least save up the money until I can live in a really cheap place, you know. Having gaps in your employment history is unfortunately a not good for most employers. Well, that's why you have to give an excuse. You have to give an excuse to say, "Oh, I moved. I moved at this time," or something, or something like that, or I don't know. Yeah, I think you're probably 100% right because you could forget your what you're doing at the job too. Like if you forgot what you're supposed to do at the job over time, then you just wouldn't get hired. So yeah, no, that is a really good point. Um, so I would just have to save up for long enough that I would know that I would be able to live off that for long enough until I made more money translating stuff, I guess. And I could translate when I would run out of money, basically. But I would have to save up to a point, you know. I could do the math on this. I could do the math. I could do the math, and try and kind of break down what I mean. Let me see here. I agree. Some people are not ready at 18 to leave on their own, and my generation and this generation will have a harder time functioning in society. Yeah, I don't think a lot of them are ready either. Um, a lot of people nowadays aren't tough enough, in my opinion. I can't copy and paste your name, therefore moon runes. I was translating there's an excuse. It could be an excuse. But like excuse or not, it could be a red flag for employers. Yeah, no, it's a red flag for employers because you could forget what you're supposed to do on the job. Like nursing, there's a lot of stuff you have to remember. And so if you're not doing the job consistently, you might just forget it. You might forget really key technical details. So it is a very real concern. Office jobs definitely suck. Worked in a national lab, Rote and Swartz and a router company, did telemarketing, customer support, and working support for video games all suck. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I haven't had those jobs, but it's probably true. Forget, plus they may think you have no motivation to do it. That's true as well. So I would have to save up money for like a long time. But I would live below my means, like I talk about being able to go to restaurants and like have fancy suits and stuff. Um, but I would still live in like a studio apartment that's like $200 or something, you know. I wouldn't buy the most exorbitant things. I wouldn't have time to do exorbitant things because I would be working all the time. So, eventually after saving up enough money, after just continually saving and saving and saving and saving, I would be able to just do translation while also having security. So that's one plan that I have. And maybe I'll like being a nurse. Maybe I'll like just doing nursing forever. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Getting a job, that was your first mistake. Yeah, it kind of was, but there's not much else I can do. So I have to do something. I can't just die here. I mean, I could, but I don't want to. Not yet. Not yet, at least. Going into CompC, computer science? I think that's what you mean. In college after this summer hopefully won't lead to a shit-ass office job. No, I hope not. A lot of people end up having to work office jobs, man. It's a mess. I'm gonna lay back down on the pillow. Hopefully the phone doesn't cut out again or something. So I keep getting the notification that says it has a low battery. Battery's not incredibly low. It's doing all right. It's trucking through like a trooper. Oh boy. Oh man, I would go insane if I didn't do these streams. I'm really thankful. I know I say this on the streams a lot, but I'm really thankful for the people who listen to these and give interaction because I really need these. Like, I don't think you understand. I really need to do these live streams because if I didn't do them, I would just go insane because I have so much free time. I have so much fucking free time that I just need to fill it with something. Even if it's just me infinitely talking into the void, I need to fill it with something. And it makes it really entertaining. It makes it really entertaining to be able to do these streams. So thank you. I sent you a picture of the controller I finished modeling. Cool. I'll check it out when I get onto Discord later. I understand I have the same affliction. When was the last time you were enrolled in School Star? Would you ever try online school? Oh boy, I can't even remember the year. I was in 9th grade. So, 9th grade was it 2017? Maybe? Was 9th grade 2017? I forget. It was a while ago. I don't remember. I dropped out of school after a few months of being in 9th grade. That's when I dropped out of school, was 9th grade, so it's been a while. I don't think I would try online school. I just want I just want to get my GED and then go to college. I would probably have to go to tutoring, Uh, I would have to go to tutoring and stuff to get my GED. I've already studied for the damn thing. I already know what's on the thing. But I just want to make sure. I felt bad today without interaction here, to be honest. Oh man, wow. I didn't know these live streams were that much of help to people. Yeah, I know the feel. I used to watch some streamers that being able to watch their streams helped me when I was in a bad place. Like hiding in my room, for instance. I remember back when that guy streamed all the time, and I would get really lonely, and I would watch his streams, and it would help me a lot. So I know how you feel. I'm glad the streams can help you, man. Appreciate the freedom. Seriously appreciate this portion of your life currently. I've been living I've been living this way for so long. No, I do appreciate the freedom. I appreciate the fact that I have the freedom, but what if like like it's like that lyric. It's like that Pat the Money lyric. Like if freedom means doing what I want, then I gotta want something. Like if freedom means doing what I want, then I gotta want something. And if I don't want anything, then what's the point? What's the point of having all this freedom if there's nothing that I want to use it for? And I don't know, man. But being alone sucks, I feel you. Did you do the SAT? I never did the SAT. I don't want to do the SAT. I'm probably going to have to do it. Some colleges don't require it, but a lot of them do, so I'm probably going to have to do that fucking bullshit. We are 8 viewers of Vagabounds of the internet. We 8 viewers are the Vagabounds of the internet. Yeah. Yeah, no, you guys are the real ones out here. I'm really glad that I've been able to accrue enough viewers to like find people who are that dedicated because I know Digibro always says he casts a wide net. He casts a wide net to be able to catch very few fish. People who are going to be interested enough in his meta narrative and him as a person to watch all of the stuff he produces. I feel pretty much the same way, just on a smaller scale. Um, see, it's kind of true. This is like the sewers of YouTube. I'm slime. See, that makes it sound bad. I like this girl. She knows what she's talking about. My channel is the sewers of YouTube. The courage to want something. I mean, it the courage like but there's nothing that I want to do. That's the thing. Like I can have the courage to I'm not afraid of wanting something. Like, I'm not afraid of it. There's nothing that I'm afraid of here. It's just there's not something that I want. Fill the time with building a skill, learn an instrument or how to draw. I don't have the motivation to do those things. Like I spend time learning Japanese. Um and I do enjoy learning Japanese. Um, but there's only so much time. Like, there's only so much time that I can spend learning Japanese in a day. I can't spend the entire time just doing that. I can be exposed to a lot of it. I can be exposed to a lot of Japanese, but I can't actively study Japanese constantly. At least I can't. Um, if you got time to waste, I mean that too. I don't watch almost any of your rants, but these streams are comfy. Wow. I it's weird to the idea of people only watching the streams but not watching the rants because I tend to make these live streams under the assumption that the people watching them know like what I've talked about in the vlogs. And so I'll make references to stuff I've said in the vlogs without clarifying it, without explaining anything. Um, and so maybe I should do that more. I wasn't aware of that. That vibrate scared me. Yeah, it does that every now and again. Uh, I'm under the delusion that my videos are 10D chess criticisms of YouTube as media. Interesting. NeatTube broadcast your depressing life, the neat video sharing website. I would love if that existed. I would absolutely love. I would love if NeatTube was a thing and like all of the people on image boards posted there. That would be awesome. I would love that. Watch his videos Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. Developing discipline, motivation when learning shit. I don't. This is gonna sound really bad, but I believe in having fun over discipline unless you're like doing something to make money. If I'm learning to draw or something and I don't enjoy the act of learning to draw, then there's no point of me doing it because it's not fun. Unless I'm doing it to make money, then it should just be fun. Like the reason I do Japanese is because it's fun. You're selling your videos well, LMAO. Yeah, that's a good description. I haven't watched her videos. How did I get I? Huh? How did you get here? Hikikomori. Yes. Keck NeatTube. Yeah, NeatTube would be great. Let's build that. Yeah, let's build NeatTube. I don't have the money to build NeatTube. What am I talking about? It costs too much. For instance, if you set a schedule that you're going to do one thing every day, like play music or exercises every day, fun can come with doing that. I don't like being disappointed in my drawings. Maybe, you know what? You're right. Maybe I should just practice. I should just practice. It doesn't matter how bad my drawings are. It doesn't matter how bad they are. It doesn't matter even if I dislike the act of practicing. I just have to practice at it. If I keep going, like that's what I did with YouTube. Like when I made YouTube videos, I just kept on practicing and practicing. Even when I didn't like doing it, even when I was completely ashamed of it, I just kept practicing. And so, I think you're right. I think you're right. I should take that energy and I should apply it to something more important. I should apply it to something that like constructs something that's artful and cool. Maybe all right. All right, I have pencils and stuff in here. I have paper. I don't have like advanced tools or anything, but you don't need advanced tools. I'll teach myself the basics of drawing and then I'll log my progress on it here. How about that? Lol at the weebs who aspire to be manga artists. Like I hated piano for the first 8 years. I did it. Now I love the fuck out of it. Wow. It took you that long to get into it? That's really cool. Maybe there is hope. Maybe there is hope for me. The Japanese hikikomori are kind people. I have talked to a few on Discord. Yeah, I've talked to a couple. I've talked to a couple on Discord as well. I think Japanese hikikomori are quite nice. Imagine what you do right now, genuinely but sarcastically every day, all day, with a host of others of us, then market it well and cry internally forever. What does that mean? What are you referring to? I'm confused. Everyone starts out as shit whenever they do anything. Yeah, no, that's true. I just have to power through it. Hey man, good shit. Yeah, no, I'm glad. I was thinking maybe I should do music instead though, because I do have experience making some music. So I'm not sure if I should do drawing or music. Now maybe I'll do music instead. I'm not sure. Because I've been thinking a lot about it the past couple months to get back into making music like what I did when I was 15. And then I reinstalled FL Studio and I started playing around with it. I thought playing around with FL Studio was quite fun, so maybe I'll do that. I'm not sure. Well, I was mainly forced into piano by my parents, but eventually I liked it when I stopped playing classical music. Interesting. Music seems more fun, to be honest. I don't know how to make music at all. Yeah, I just know like the some of the basics of using FL Studio. But FL Studio is kind of for normies. Like if you want to make advanced music, you kind of have to use Apple products or something. Maybe Pro Tools. A lot of people like Pro Tools. Star plus no thank you music collab. Just make noise music, no skill needed. I mean, there's skill involved in noise music. in good noise music at least. If you make good noise music, there's going to be skill involved. I have to plug the damn phone in. What the hell? I plug the damn phone in. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Let me see here. Oh, am I? And when I plug it into the wall, when I plug it into the wall, it always goes black, or the stream always cuts out basically. So I have to plug it into the computer because with the computer it works better somehow. So I don't know how that works. But on the computer it works better, but with the when you plug the thing into the wall, there's always a problem somehow. I have to turn the brightness down as well. All right. Hey Star, if you need a sax, hit me up. But yeah, no, a lot of noise music has a lot of effort put into it. Yeah, no, I will hit you up unironically if I need a sax. But yeah, like a lot of noise music has really like pointed like a lot of effort put into like doing what it does. It's just that it doesn't sound like that. They're like bad noise music oftentimes is just literally just noise. So I don't know. Uh we want what we don't have. Like I play piano decently, but I can't draw for shit, and now I want to learn to draw, to be honest. Um, while suddenly not black, wouldn't say one is objectively better than the other. Interesting. I don't think anything is objectively better than anything. You just have your own opinions. Why not put lids back on water bottles? Because I don't I don't have the patience to do that. They're just that kind of there. C does the horns. Yes. Harsh noise is surprisingly diverse. No, I agree. It is. I need to get more into it. I need to get more into harsh noise. My phone is at 1% now, so I want to see if we can make it. I want to see if we can make it to the 2 hour mark. You know what I'm gonna do actually? I'm gonna plug it into the wall, and maybe just maybe the phone doesn't cut out this time. I hope it doesn't. I really, really hope it doesn't. So I'm gonna plug it into the wall. Maybe just maybe it keeps working. Who knows? Is there anything left in this? No, there's nothing left in this. Cringe question, can I add you on Discord? Just do it. Yeah, no, my Discord is, if you go to my videos, if you go to like any video that I've uploaded recently, pretty much, you can find, yeah, you can find my Discord in the description. Just add me on there. I don't mind, man. I add pretty much everyone. Has any person in chat listened to No's critique of Jacob Collier? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know who Jacob Collier is. Who sent me a fucking email? Non-compete is live now, talking with Azure Scapegoat. Non-compete is always live streaming. What is that man up to? I sent a friend request. Okay. No, we will make it over the 9,000 mark. His power level was over 9,000. Yes. At least a 2 hour mark. That's the consistent number that I like getting to. It doesn't show that you sent me a friend request. Oh, I just got the look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. I'm doxing you. I'm doxing you live on stream. So you finished the controller. This is pretty cool. This actually does look quite nice. I don't know why I just doxed you. Please forgive. What? Okay, there it goes. I'm doxed. Oh shit. Using Discord. Listen, man. If I could get everyone on IRC, I would. If I could get everyone on IRC, I would. Noriko 4chan R9K story. Oh shit. There's a new Admiral Umaru video coming out. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that after the stream. I like his 4chan R9K videos. They're always comfy to listen to. Base Tomorrow poster. I agree. He is a Base Tomorrow poster. Hmm. Dr. Stone. Why is he posting Dr. Stone stuff in this Discord? Well, whatever. Dr. Stone's probably bad. Riot is better than Discord. I believe it. Umaru is unironically the hottest YouTuber. I think they look quite nice. I'm I I don't know how genuine this is. How is I'm so confused. Uh but like people now they'll say unironically while making an ironic statement, and it really confuses me. It really confuses me a lot of the time because people will say, "Oh, this unironically," but then they'll say something that's a joke, and it's so confusing. I'm too autistic to get it, man. Um, Anonymously talking to strangers online, Riot. I mean, Riot is better than Discord. Let me see here. Nobody. Hikis. Umaru is my waifu. Yeah, Umaru's pretty cool. I need to actually watch the Umaru-chan show. I haven't actually watched the Umaru-chan show. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I will. Maybe. It's on my plan to watch list, so I know I will at some point. I think I would like Umaru-chan a lot. I think it would be really funny. I think it would be a very funny show to watch. So I think I'd like Umaru-chan. Uh, I wish Hiki was more active. No, I wish Hiki was more active as well. Hiki used to be really active back in the day. You know, I would go on Hiki 2017, 2018. I'd go on there every day. There's almost always new posts. Almost always new posts. And it was great. People don't post on there nearly as much anymore, and it kind of makes me sad. He's actually my type regarding male bodies. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really my type, so I'm not one to judge. Mostly just because I tend to like smaller guys, and people that's because I when I did the BDSM test, it had me on all dominant stuff. So I think that's why I dropped my bottle cap. I think that's why I like people who tend to be quite small and petite and these types of things. Uh, I love Umaru Kree and the Cow Milker's Oni-chan girl. Interesting. Season 2 of Umaru-chan is so good. I heard it was really bad, but I didn't buy into it because the people who hated it were like the people who hated the first season anyway. Uzuma Maid is surprisingly funny. I think Uzuma Maid I would like as well. Most users just lurk instead of post, and some users who posted there die. Yeah, no, there are people who have posted on Hiki who aren't around anymore. I mean, obviously Flint is kind of like the famous case. Rest in peace, you know. He didn't deserve to go the way he did, but you know, it's really interesting to me kind of being there and observing all of it happen because I remember seeing those posts on there and everything, and it's I know I remember the time Flint died around the time that he had passed. It was pretty, it was pretty sad. Uh, oh wait, this insane guy already has me on Discord. It's oh hello, be me, insane idiot. Is that your actual face? Is your profile picture? Huh. But who puts their actual face? Who puts their actual face as their profile picture? Not to judge, but I find it kind of weird because on Discord usually I just see people with anime stuff. I don't post on Hiki because I'm not a Hiki. I'm a good boy though. I do lurk. Yeah, I don't post on Hiki anymore because I'm not really a Hiki anymore. Um, I used to post there. I think I only posted a few things. I almost always lurked. I think I posted a couple things back when I was a real boy Hiki. Um, I was friends with that guy Rip. Yeah, no, I saw Red's video where he explained the whole Flint story, and it was pretty sad. Hmm. I used to till I was murdered. Haha, cack. Well, I covered my face. Well, technically you covered your face with your phone, yeah. Star legally cannot post on Hiki. Are we going to talk about legality here? I don't care about laws. Have you read a book called The Unique and Its Property by Max Stirner? That's a genuine question. Uh, but yeah, no, I don't care about laws. I I don't think the law doesn't really matter to me. I care about what's right. I don't care. Like I have my own systems in place that I believe in, that I try to adhere to. But I think a lot of the government has really stupid laws that I don't follow. So I only follow the ones that make sense to me, that I like. If you're gonna say, oh, it's bad just because it's illegal, I don't like that. Uh, have you ever read Henry David Thoreau? I have read Thoreau. I read Walden. I liked Walden a lot. I have my copy of Walden in there with my other books. It's in there. Um, I like Walden a lot. Ban usury. Oh, see, what does usury mean? Let me Google that. I think I've heard that word before. Usury. What does that mean? Usury is the practice of unethical or uh, immoral monetary loans. Usury, the lending practice of lending money at an exorbitant interest. See more. An exorbitant amount or rate of interest, especially in excess of the legal rate, obsolete interest paid for the use of money. Okay, so I have seen this word before. It was just in a financial context. Um, a warning to all new users: if you are not a hikikomori, I will ban you. Yeah, I think that's a good policy to have. Essay on civil disobedience is a good essay. Yeah, no, the book that I have has civil disobedience in it. Um, and I think it's a very good essay as well. Really great stuff. I like Thoreau a lot. I think he rambles on a bit too much, and I talked about this in a video at one point, about how back when I was reading the book, that he kind of rambles on a bit too much, but I like Thoreau a lot. TFW actually read The Sticky. I think everyone should read The Sticky. Um, no matter what board you're on, you should read The Sticky just to kind of try and be able to contort to its culture. Yeah, that's there to keep out normies by Thoreau. It's Jew shit. Yeah, that's why Star can't post. I'm explaining my comment. I used to be a hikikomori. You realize that, right? I don't. I don't know if you've watched my videos enough, or if you've like gone back through the archive, but I used to be like a full blown hiki, like a full blown hiki, you know. And so if you go back through the videos, you'll find that like I was a full-blown hiki for quite some time, so I don't know if you've gone back through the old videos though to see that or not. If life is very boring, your dopamine receptors are fucked. It's that easy. I mean, I think everyone knows that. I don't think that's like a radical take. Um, for me, it feels like I've done everything. Uh, well, not everything. We already explained this on the earlier part of the stream. Is that I'm just being lazy. I literally just said no. I'm just being lazy. There are other things that I should be doing, like working on a skill or something. No, the reason life is boring is because I'm not doing things that are interesting. Um, and yeah, my life is boring, but I don't feel boredom. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the way that I feel too. Where like when I say that life is boring, I don't mean that I feel bored. I don't mean that I feel bored. What I mean is that like it what I mean is that I'm just not doing anything. And so because I'm not doing anything, I'm not getting this like overt feeling of see, what is you can't fix it. You can fix it then. Grow up, annoying, pretentious kid. You realize that I literally just said I can fix it. You realize that, right? I literally just said I was going to do things to fix it. I don't know if you I've seen you on the streams multiple times now, just coming on to tell me pretentious. I don't know if you have some kind of like autism or something, but usually when people make statements like that, they have like a reason. They have like some kind of constructive criticism they can give. They have some kind of why? Why do you keep coming on these streams to call me pretentious, man? What's the point? What do you get out of it? I don't understand. Like, I don't care how mad you are. If I could just pick your brain on this and you could just explain to me what do you get out of that? I mean, if you want to debate, hey man, I'll bring you on the stream if you have a mic. You know, we can you can explain to me why you hate my videos this much to continue coming on the streams to tell me why I'm a pretentious asshole without even explaining it. You know, my Discord is public. If you want to come on a stream to debate with me, go ahead. I'm a hiki when I'm sleeping. Yes, they can. That rule does not apply to them. It only applies to people who've never been hikikomori. When I'm a hiki, when I take a bathroom break at work, yeah, just insecurity from Sess. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of it is that when people, you know, when people project their own issues, their own problems onto other people, they just end up insulting everybody else around them. Not to say that that always happens, but it's, you know, if you don't have any constructive criticism that you can give, if you don't have any reason that you can possibly cite, if you're just so obsessed with just hating someone and coming onto their streams or their videos to just tell them why you hate them all the time, I feel like that's kind of unhealthy. Just do something better with your time. Constructive criticism in 2019, you're gay. Debate, no you. I'm a hiki when I experience hiki lifestyles vicariously through YouTubers who may or may not be already recovering, but exude that ethos. Damn. Meta. It's like when HMR haters spend all day watching his videos and streams. Yeah, like that's what I don't understand either, is that like there's an entire subreddit dedicated to hating Daniel, and then like the whole subreddit is just people going, yeah, I hate him and I'm gonna watch everything he makes anyway. And it's so weird. Like, do they have anything better to do? If they hate watching his videos so much, then why are they watching them? It's just weird. It's okay to be pretentious, own it. I mean, I call myself pretentious a lot as like a meme, because I think I can be pretty silly. Like the way I word things a lot of the time can be pretty silly. Um, and so yeah, like a lot of the time, like I word things in kind of a weird way, but I try not to be someone who, you know, talks down to people all the time. And if I do, you know, usually it's like a joke, or, you know, just kind of being silly. Like I try not to take this whole thing too seriously. Like, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I you know, I try to just have fun here. You know, I'm not going to present myself like I'm the smartest person in the world. I mean, if you go back through my videos, I actually have a video called I'm Not a Smart Person, which I say this all the time. I'm not. I'm not a smart person. I'll say it over and over again. I dropped out of high school. I talk all day into a camera. I'm not smart. I'm just not. And like, I don't know how you can be construed as pretentious when you yourself don't believe that you're smart. That's just what confuses me. Like I've said it over and over again. I try not to present myself like I'm better than other people. I just waste my time in my room all day. I'm not admirable. I'm not, you know, someone who's worthy of a lot of praise. I just make YouTube videos, man. Like, what's pretentious about that? It's so confusing to me. And he won't explain it to me. A lot of these people just won't explain it to me. When someone does, I appreciate it. I don't care how angry you are at me. I don't care how much we disagree, how mean your criticism is. As long as you explain yourself and give reasons, then I'm totally fine with it. It's the people who just come on and be insulting all the time for no reason, who are just obsessed with it. It's just weird. It's just really weird. Imagine being so discontent with life you bully a fucking NEET. Yeah, it's just weird. Like that's what I'm saying is that I don't understand what's the point of that. It's just we're just NEETs. We're just NEETs in our room, you know? It just do something better with your time, man. R slash roast me is very weak roast. Reddit is lame. Reddit is fucking gay. Base. And true. Remember to brush every day. Brushing is more valuable than showering in the long run. I haven't brushed my teeth in years. Yeah, I try to brush my teeth and use mouthwash and stuff because I do think it's important. I don't like my mouth smelling bad. That's the thing. I don't like it smelling bad. So I try to brush my teeth and use mouthwash and stuff. Because it feels weird to have your mouth smell bad. No, I forget to shower a lot of time. Like sometimes I'll go like a week without showering or something. When I was younger, I would go really, really long amounts of time without showering. Um, but I've been trying to do it more recently just because I feel like it's better to do that. It's a more healthy, you know? It's a more healthy it's a more healthy thing to try and shower more. So I've been trying to do that. But I always try to make sure to brush my teeth because you don't want your teeth to just smell bad because it feels bad in your mouth. Like you can feel it in your mouth if you have dirty teeth. I've literally never brushed my teeth regularly. I have no cavities or fillings. No, I used to do that for most of my life. I did that. Yeah. I would almost never brush my teeth for most of my life. Um, but nowadays I try to make a mental note of it and just do it. But it was really, really hard for me when I was younger. I just never wanted to. I just even if people asked me to do it, I just never did. Um, but can you experience mouthfeel? I have not yet experienced mouthfeel. Maybe one day. Uh, brushing, passing out, watching anime at 6 a.m. Yes. Um, I can't. Yeah, I mean, some people, some people just don't want to. You can feel it in your mouth. You don't know what he feels. Huh? I'm confused. Uh, teeth not regenerating is fucking gay. Intelligent design debunked. Probably because my mouth is never clean, so the dirty is normal for me. Be God. Yeah, no, be God where your teeth can regenerate. I wonder if this guy actually added me on Discord, because I would love to debate with this guy. Oh no, he was too much of a pussy. Okay. Yeah, maybe one day, maybe if I'm doing another stream and he shows up again, I can get him to be less of a pussy and actually debate with me. Oh. Be Hiki is by platonic definition being a god. I think being a NEET is kind of I think being a NEET is kind of god tier. I don't think being a Hiki is because Hiki is kind of like a mental illness state. It's when, society around you has kind of pushed you to isolate from pressuring you, and then you kind of develop this mental illness while being in isolation. Uh, bullying and hating people are born from a desire to improve people. I would like to believe that. I would like to believe that people who bully others really do have good intentions, but I feel like that's some hippie shit. I feel like that's some big hippie shit, and a lot of the time it just is projection and people being assholes. If you give constructive criticism where you explain what someone is doing wrong, that's a desire to improve someone because you didn't even have to give out, those paragraphs. You didn't even have to explain yourself. You could have just not said anything. So I think that, I think that's a sign. Even if it's rude criticism, the fact that you tried to explain yourself at all, I think is good, and I would appreciate that. People who just insult people, no, fuck those guys. Mm. I don't think it's always jealousy. I think projection does play a part in a lot of cases, in a subconscious way, um, if not just directly. Let me see. Oh boy, what do you think of solipsism? I don't really like solipsism because I feel like it doesn't have a lot of basis in reality. It's just kind of saying, okay, reality doesn't exist because I said so. But like we can observe, like look at this. Look at my hand. Like my hand is right here. I am here. Like if you can see it right in front of you, then it exists, right? It's material. It's this. Look at this. So I can say I can have this. I can drop it on the floor. That's material right there. There's a reaction. You hold the material in your hand and you can observe it in reality. And so I don't like solipsism because it basically just denies reality exists, which I think is kind of dumb. There's a Plato quote where he said that if a person removes himself from society, they're either a beast or a god. I think I could agree with that. The nail that sticks out is hammered. A lot of the time, yeah. If you can just remove yourself from society and like still sustain yourself and enjoy yourself, that's pretty cool. But at the same time, like you'd have to have like your own farm and all this other stuff. Nail becomes contorted and malformed. That's true. A lot of the time that does happen. Bullying is still bad. I agree. I just don't care if people bully me because I can take it. I've been bullied pretty much my entire life by family and, friends or people who weren't really my friends. Just everybody. So, when I hear it, it doesn't bother me that much. But I don't think people should bully others. Hence, Hiki God Beast. I agree. I remember getting bullied and then becoming a bully while getting bullied, but I later learned that it's better to bully myself instead of others. I think people should use self-hatred to kind of, to try and, use self-hatred to try and build things. Like, okay, I hate myself for not learning Japanese. Well, okay, just learn Japanese. But I bullied people in school too. Like there were people who did not deserve it at all, who, were just minding their own business, and I'd be really, really mean to them in school for no reason. My hand, lol, okay, figment of my imagination. I mean, you can observe it in reality. I don't know how. I what do you mean? Like there's a logical function by which all of this is commanded. Like we know that there are certain synapses in the brain that you can observe that lead to these functions existing, and then we can watch the functions occur in material reality. And then everyone else has these things. Like, I don't understand how that's. Maybe people are just very skeptical of it, but maybe I just buy into it. I don't know. But you ain't real, and it's all in your head. But I mean, Descartes, he said, "I think, therefore I am." So it's the whole idea is that like thoughts exist, but nothing else does. I don't believe that. I don't believe that just thoughts exist. I believe that things exist. That you are actually strapped in a chair your entire life. You think you have what you think you had is just a hallucination. I don't know about that. Your house is quiet. Well, that's because what time is it? It's 5:27. Wait, no, it's 5:28 a.m. The cave allegory is pretty meh in my opinion. I agree. Uh we only perceive the impulses on our nerves. There is no guarantee that the world is real. I mean, like we can all look at it. Like we can all look at it. We've all collectively agreed that the sky is blue, therefore the sky is blue. We can all like look at this. This is an action that I'm taking. There's a reaction. The reaction right there. Like I don't understand how that doesn't exist. It just does. Channel self-hatred into art. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, solipsism doesn't make sense. A YouTuber had detailed videos about it that were entertaining, but he deleted them. Channel self-hatred into more self-hatred so you can become consumed by mental illness. Solipsism is radical skepticism, but no one lives as a radical skeptic because it's literally impossible to strive as one. I don't know if that's true or not. Um, I'm skeptical of that claim. I am too. Sounds like some normie deep shit. Yeah, that sounds like it's that does sound like a normie's trying to be deep. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to agree that I'm skeptical. I'm pretty skeptical of this idea. Um, let me see here. Really probably runs on a really advanced smartphone. I mean, no computer, like there's been science that has come out that basically says that no supercomputer could exist that could actually simulate the world because there'd just be too much. Honey, can you buy me more food? I can't verify the fact that we need food, and then we both died. Yeah, no, thank you, C. Exactly, like that's a reaction. That's a reaction to these basic biological rules that exist that if you don't eat food, you die. We know like you take a seed for instance. You put a seed in the ground and you put water in it and the seed grows. Well, okay, now you have food now. Well, you have food and you have to eat the food in order to survive. Like we can observe that in reality that everyone lives this way. Like those are basic rules that everyone has. You can see it. There's a difference between philosophy and facts. You can observe facts. It's not I think therefore I am. It's I am therefore I think. That we just exist. So I would have to disagree with the whole solipsism thing. It's not radical skepticism. It's just retarded skepticism, in my opinion, because it's just denying the nature of reality, which is observable. We live in a jar. Think the lids are the sky. You're hoping for a savior, and you cross outside. Stars are just a million little fireflies. The sun is just a hole. It's the light outside. Is that some kind of poem or something? A psychologist's wife got sick. He feared people would poison him, so he refused to eat and lived normally until he starved to death. Well, I know there's certain physiological and psychological signs that can be shown before you die. It would depend on how you would define lived normally. TFW, no one plant me in a seed, or no one plant seed in. No one to plant me seed in. Okay. The grammar over here, boys. Here we go. In Minecraft, you put a seed in the ground, etc., etc. Everyone has etc. Facts are just opinions in the end. Well, I mean, they're observable. We've all like we can all observe these pretty basic things. The people who can't observe the fact that you have to eat to survive, those are what we would call idiots because you're gonna die if you don't eat. I don't know how like maybe there's something I'm not seeing here, but like it seems it seems like that's just how things work. I don't know. Solipsism helped me cope when nothing seemed real. Everything seemed fake, even me. Yeah, I haven't really felt that way before, so I don't know. Um, by Minecraft existing, the nature of Minecraft is entirely within the nature of reality. Um, that sounds like something I would have seen on Reddit. No offense. No offense. Uh, but let me see here. Minecraft didn't even have horses last I played it. Idiots have bad opinions. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that it's not true, therefore it's bad. Good night, bye-bye. Yeah, good night. It's nice having you here. Solipsism is a bunch of people sitting in a room yelling at the other people around them that they aren't real, and that's a pretty funny paraphrased quote from Alan Watts. Yeah, no, Alan Watts is great. I like Alan Watts a lot. Eating just seems like a chore. I mean, it can seem like a chore, but you have to do it. That's the point isn't whether or not it's good or whether or not it's a chore. The point is that you just have to. I was talking within the realm of biology. Are you an NPC? I don't think I am. How would you define NPC? Because I feel like NPCs are just people who kind of like follow what they're told, but they're kind of just followed what they're told, and so they don't really question anything. They just kind of live out the lives as they're told to. I question stuff all the time. I can't stop fucking thinking. I'm always in my own head. So I would say I'm not an NPC. Definition of chore is something you gotta do, so it is one. Okay, that's fair. I thought what he meant by chore was like something he didn't want to do, but had to. Because like the way that people use the word chore, like colloquially, usually they mean it in a negative context. So that's what confused me. Oh boy. Sweats at being called out as an NPC. Yes. Yeah, no, I'm being destroyed here. I'm being destroyed live on stream. Live on stream being destroyed. Also, why Korean lol? What is he commenting on? Let me check here. I need to check the videos through here. This is on my video? What video did I post? What Korean? I don't think I watch more anime. I should watch more anime. There's a lot of comments that I just got. What's going on here? Fuck sex. It's all about affectionate intimacy. Gross. Gross. What a meme. All about affectionate intimacy. It's not like that it's not as if I don't like being affectionate with people. Like this obsession people have, oh, I have to be in love and I have to be affectionate all the time. It's just dumb. I don't maybe it's because I can't feel that way. But I don't know. It's like it seems comfy. It seems like a comfy thing to do, but this level of emphasis people put on it where it's like, oh, I want nothing but to stay with you and to hold you and stuff, and it's just weird. Like, I love giving people hugs as much as the next guy, but it's not like, I don't understand this obsession people have. Maybe I'm just sounding dumb, but I don't understand this obsession people have with being as affectionate as possible and stuff. It's just weird. I don't know why people constantly want to be loved. It's just weird to me. Ubermensch in a language Soros speaks is super homo. Are you talking about George Soros? In Soros' family language or whatever, his Jew language. Ubermensch more like Nietzsche. I don't like Nietzsche. Be circumcised. Yeah, I got my cut off as well. Now let's play Jew or American. I'm actually Jewish. That's not even a joke. I'm literally Jewish. It's not a joke. That's not a meme. That's not a goof. That's not a gaffe. I'm actually Jewish. Not religiously, but ethnically I am Jewish. No thank you is Jewish as well. Fun fact. It's in nature, I think. Be circumcised, no free cheese. Why are we bringing up cheese again? Different people have different levels of desire for affection, you know. Some people don't like it a lot. Others can't get enough. I don't understand people who can't get enough. That's what I don't understand. It's weird to me. I like it. I do like it, but I don't like it in this like extreme emotional way where it's more like just a comfy passive thing. That's a good way of describing it, passive. That I see it as like this comfy passive thing. When I hug my dog, sometimes I get really emotional when I hug my dog because I just love my dog that much. And I've had certain people, I've had, what was it? One or two people who I got really emotional when I gave them hugs were friends of mine who I met from off the internet. But it was just, yeah, it was pretty much just it was pretty much just a dog that I get really emotional when I hug. So I don't have this this type of attachment to physical affection where it feels like more of a passive thing that I like doing for the sake of doing it, but it's not like it's not an obsession, you know? I don't know. Move to Israel. I would never do that. Israel seems like it's kind of an unstable place to be. Full dick, still intact gang. Good for you. A Jew with pole beliefs, you are a shill. Do I have pole beliefs? I don't think I have pole beliefs. That'd be funny if I had pole beliefs. Do Birthright if you have a chance, man. Free vacation for a week. Yeah, I've heard of Birthright. I might do that. You don't have to, though. You just have to find someone like that and just kind of accept the other people. No, I accept them. I never said that I didn't accept them. I just don't understand them. Uh, So like when I say I don't understand people who want lots of affection or I don't understand people who want to be in love, the main reason I feel that way is because I don't feel that way. And the way that I understand the world is just through myself. And so um the the way that I understand the world is just through thinking of how I would feel. And then like I'll watch anime or I'll read a book. I'll watch anime or read a book and I'll be able to empathize with people more because I consume that media. Cause like I feel like the way I understand people kind of comes through watching anime because like I'll watch a show and then I'll understand someone more through watching the show. But before that point, I would have never been able to understand them without consuming the show. Or like if I just talk to someone, and I say this in live streams all the time, I don't understand, it's weird. They're like buzzwords for me basically, because I say them all the time. Because I don't understand most people because it just doesn't they just don't make sense to me. The only person I understand is myself. And the way that I make sense of the world is through consuming media or like watching YouTube videos. That's why I constantly say that YouTube videos made by weird people are great because they help you understand the world because I literally can't understand the world without them because I have so much trouble empathizing with people. It's really really hard for me to understand other people's motivations and desires without reading a book about them, you know? Like I don't know. It's really difficult for me. Uh, Let me see here. How do you even find online friends? Maybe go on a live image board. I don't know if you know about a live board, but if you go on a live image board, you might make some friends there. The way I made all my friends was just through making YouTube videos because I don't know how to make friends. Um, I don't know how to make friends, so I just made friends through making YouTube videos. Is that I made YouTube videos and then I said, well, my Discord's public or we should talk this way. And then sometimes those people would introduce me to other people. But I don't really know how to make friends otherwise. I just made videos until I found friends. People should be physically conditioned to produce less dopamine. I don't really know what that means. Like, I think people what do you mean by physically conditioned? I don't think people should hit kids. I don't think people should yell at kids. I don't think you should yell around kids. I don't think you should yell at kids. But I don't think people should hit kids. I think you should just have conversations with kids. And if they do something wrong, find an alternative way of punishing them other than screaming at them or hitting them, you know? I think you should hug your kids a lot. I think you should give your kids lots of physical affection. Tell them that you're proud of them and that you love them because, because because you love them, and try and give them incentives to accomplish things and stuff. I don't actually know a lot about raising kids. Let me see. Having friends, yes, I see this on streams all the time. So you're asking for a neat couple romance, for example, like a show. Yeah, no, I would be into that. I mean, I could kind of understand that at least because I've sort of lived through that experience. Um, our perception of the world is largely shaped by media. I think it's because we don't leave the house. Like, I feel like even the people who do leave the house, though I feel like maybe I'm wrong about this, but the people who do leave the house, like how do they understand the world? See, this is where I'm going back to it again of me just saying I don't understand people. So I'm not going to act like I do. I'm not going to pretend I do. Uh, but I don't know. I just sometimes I wonder like how do they just get it? How do they just go into social situations and just understand what to do? That stuff has always been amazing to me. It's so weird. Like how do you just socialize with people and understand what to say and understand what they want? It's really, really weird. Via drugs, lessen dopamine levels. I don't think you should give kids drugs. What up, Star? Not much. I've just been just kind of sitting around, a little bit bored because they aren't autistic. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Because how else would we find out what happens in the adult world or other countries? It's only through media. That's true. I'm a person who leaves the house for social purposes about once every other month, and I don't understand it all. Have you heard of Chip Chan, the Korean shut-in with schizophrenia? Yeah, no, I've been really interested in Chip Chan for the last couple of years. Um, it's amazing to me that she's been doing live streams for almost, is it almost a decade now? Um, yeah, she's been doing live streams for a long time. The good Korea or South Korea. Yeah, she's from South Korea. What time is it over there? It is 5:45. Yeah, it's 5:45. Um, but yeah, what was I gonna say? I had a point. Had a point that I was gonna make. But yeah, Chip Chan, I think she's really interesting just because she's been making live streams for so long now. Oh boy. Yeah, like I'm sure there's a lot of people who go out for social purposes, like what C said, and then they just don't. They just don't like the way that I socialize is kind of just through being myself, like radically being myself, basically, or observing what people want. Like, like that's what I did when I was in school, is that I would watch people and I would try to mimic their traits. I would try to mimic people's traits, and I would observe them for really long amounts of time, doing Googling, research. How do you act the way other people act? Is what I wanted to know. And what do people want? Because I didn't understand it. And so I spent so much time thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking about what other people want and how to give them that. And I kind of learned about marketing because of that, because the whole study of marketing is just doing that. And the way that I tend to understand friendships and social interaction is just through marketing, because I see everything through this like kind of robotic, detached veneer of marketing. And part of me doesn't like that I do. And so I try to just be radically honest with people, so that the way I'll make myself appealing is just by being as honest as possible and being very blunt. And I think that's a better way to kind of make friends, because before I was just in kind of this weird state of trying to understand everybody in like a weird kind of way. And I think it's better just to be yourself. But I still don't really understand people. That's the thing, is that I tried so hard. Uh, there was a time when I went to a mall with one classmate, and her sister and I basically said nothing the entire time. Despite this, they said I was accepting and gave a relaxed vibe. I never learned what I did. Really interesting. Wow. Yeah, it's stuff like that I don't understand either. Maybe I'll pretend like I understand it, but I really don't. Oh boy. Hmm. Yeah, there. You know what I don't understand? I've had a bunch of people. I've had like like what I talked about with Discord, is that I had a bunch of people who found my videos and then they told me, Star, I'm romantically interested in you because I watched your videos. And I'm like, what? How? How does that happen? Like I don't understand what could possibly be. Maybe I just have a biased view. I don't understand what could possibly be appealing about me to make it to where I would be appealing enough to someone to have a romantic interest in them. It's just kind of weird. But then there's other people like people still better than why are you so quiet? Yeah, that is better. Um, just most are good at hiding said fact. Uh, oh God, he is a light novel protagonist. Maybe I am a light novel protagonist. Maybe I am, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe they find you attractive, but why? I don't understand why. Like what about me? I don't understand what about me could be physically attractive or something like. It's just kind of weird. Like I'm just a guy in my room. I look weird. Shit boys were all side characters in his light novel. Yeah, no, I'm a light novel protagonist. Have you read Catcher in the Rye? I have read Catcher in the Rye about 3 years ago. Um, it's a really good book. I think Holden Caulfield is a really interesting character, a little bit overrated to be honest, but I like Catcher in the Rye. I think it's a good book, from what I remember. It's not like I like you or anything, Star Senpai. Oh, lol, you have orbiters, Stariko. Yes. Baka. Now everyone is just using anime-isms in the chat. Even hiding in my room had a girlfriend and he looks like shit. I don't think he looks like shit. I mean, he doesn't look super attractive to me. I think hiding in my room looks fine. At Star, after Bake, you should read that Murakami novel. Murakami is the predecessor to that kind of rambly personal philosophy protagonist in my opinion. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I have the book, I just never read it. Um, you can spot how annoying people are if they extensively bitch about Catcher in the Rye. Yeah, like I just have some small problems with the book. I don't really bitch about it though. I had I had a former friend who sexually assaulted somebody. Fun fact, this friend sexually assaulted somebody who all of us knew. And they had told me that I was a psychopath that wasn't worthy of having any friends as well. That was one thing they told me. And they did some really horrible stuff to some of my friends in like a three-way situation and apparently said some really emotionally damaging things to his girlfriend at the time who was my friend. Really horrible stuff to her. But yeah, basically, he sexually assaulted somebody who we all knew, and he hated Catcher in the Rye a lot. He would rant in paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs about how much he hated Catcher in the Rye. Um, and he would give like actual quotes from the book, arguing just like specific points about it. He really hated Catcher in the Rye. Uh, and I think it's funny. I just think it's funny that like this guy who sexually assaulted somebody also literally like fit the descriptions of what you were talking about. He was incredibly pretentious as well. Like he believed that women have an inherently lower IQ because they have estrogen. He believed women couldn't have a high IQ because the estrogen in them kept them from from being smart. And this is a quote. This is a direct quote from this guy. He literally said, "I have watched hundreds of hours of MGTOW content." That's what he said. And he said it like he was proud of it. And I never forget that quote because it was just so funny at the time. I have watched hundreds of hours of MGTOW content. Really funny guy. Is a huge meme. If you're interested in who he is, he's Spacey Filmer on YouTube, otherwise known as I Am a Spacey Filmer. That's his name. Um, Fun fact, if any of you know the Pedantic Romantic, I was in a server with him and the Pedantic Romantic and Pedantic Romantic's then girlfriend at the time. And after she and Pedro broke up with one another, she got basically this girl got with this Spacey Filmer person. Yeah, basically he got with this Spacey Filmer person and sexually assaulted this other girlfriend of Erato's. Really, really bizarre stuff. Just really strange stuff. Um, no spoilers. You deserve love like Shinji in episode 24 style. What happened? What happened in episode 24? I don't know. I episode 24 was like when they all say congratulations, congratulations, right? Um I think that's a compliment. Thank you. I appreciate it. There you go, chat. I'm a genius. That sounds like something Gunji would do, to be honest. Yeah, he's basically a Gunji tier person. Like, he's literally just Gunji tier. Is that why I got stupid? Oh shit, I know him on Discord. I've seen this dude on Digicord. Well, there you go. It's a confirmation of my stories, I guess. But yeah, he's a funny guy. He's basically just a meme. If you ever wanna to pull something out, just say I have seen hundreds of hours of MGTOW content, and maybe he'll remember the quote, maybe he won't. But just hit him with his misogyny, and he won't know what you're talking about, and he'll be confused. It'll be great. Oh boy. You need love like that bath scene from Ava. I haven't seen the bath scene because I haven't seen Ava. I've only seen like, let me see here. Look up bath scene Ava Evangelion. Wait, let me see here. Evangelion bath scene. Here we go. Maybe it's on YouTube. Is it on YouTube? Karu and Shinji in the bath. I've consumed 19 liters of MGTOW content. Is this supposed to be like a scene of bad stuff happening? Are you that afraid of other people? Let me do this 2x speed. I don't have time for this gay shit. Is this what the show is like? Is this, are they just gonna have constant fucking conversations with one another? This is bad. I don't like this. I'm not watching this entire scene. Why do people like, well, I know why people like Ava. I've seen analysis videos of it, but I don't like Ava. I really don't. It feels like just boring conversations. Howard slash Libido Kaiman is the true king of Digicord political discussion text chat. I haven't been in Digicord because I don't pay him money. Anime being serial instead of episodic, makes it more taxing to watch, in my opinion. Western cartoons are designed to be passive. I think I don't think conversations themselves in anime are inherently bad. I think more so when the conversations are uninteresting that they're bad, or when they sound pretentious or dumb. Like, my problem with Ava is that the conversations are just boring, or they feel like they're trying to be like some Reddit r slash I am very smart stuff, which I know is like a really dumb ad hominem kind of opinion to have, but like it I just can't get into the show. That's the thing. Like, I understand why people don't like it. I understand why people like it. I just can't get into the show. I like slice of life shows. I like when slice of life shows have lots of conversations. Dub or sub? I tried to watch it subbed, but uh yeah, do you mean dubs or subs in general? I like subs more. I prefer subs personally. Even though you hate Ava, to me, what you make is the lo-fi content equivalent to the spiritual successor to the Gainax otaku roots mindset. Cool. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, no, like, I love Gainax, and I love, like, the sort of otaku ideal of, like, we're gonna make whatever we want. It doesn't matter about the mainstream. We're gonna rebel against the mainstream. And yeah, like I like being like the lo-fi equivalent of just doing what you want and building your own paradigms instead of you know, instead of like just working within the pre-established ones. I think that's really, really cool. And so thank you. No, I appreciate that a lot. That's a very, very nice compliment to give, man. Holy shit. I Let me see here. Niggle me this Batman. What makes up his little of 13%? What makes up his 13%, but also half? Oh no, that caught me off guard. That caught me really off guard. Oh boy. Okay. Oh Lord. I need to calm down. uh that is actually kind of true. Hopefully she's not talking about black people. I hope not. I hope this lady in the chat is not unironically agreeing with race realism. Oh boy. Trans Nazbols are the best people. Here we go. Netflix is ruining anime. Yeah, I think a lot of their dubs. I think a lot of their dubs are quite bad. But I think most dubs are bad in general. Does Netflix even have subs? I don't watch Netflix. Streamer has asthma attack live on stream. I wish. That would be hilarious. I used to be really good friends with the girl you poked fun of in the Get in the Robot video. Lol, I was so shocked when I saw you talking over a video of her. Oh wow. Yeah, I hope there's no hard feelings there. Um I was kind of just poking fun at her physical appearance as a joke. Like I was sort of I I just have a problem with the videos. Like I don't have a problem with them as people. I'm sure they're fine people. But you know, I just don't like the videos very much. Um I had the same problem with Bake Monogatari, just lots of conversation. That's why I think Bake Monogatari works better as a book. Well, you can't see it. But Bake Monogatari works better as a book. Um, uh, I think they're good series. I like them. Real talk. When are you going to take out that bag of garbage there? I'll do it today, or well, maybe I'll do it. I was gonna say I'll do it tomorrow, but technically it is tomorrow. So yeah, I'll do it today. Your criticisms of Frederator are valid. Don't worry. Thank you. Get in the Robot always seems like clickbait bullshit. Yeah, no, that was the point of my video, is that it was kind of commodifying the authenticity of what otaku was meant to represent. The best part of Monogatari is when Koyami isn't the narrator. Hmm. Eh. I like his narrations in the book, at least. I like his narrations in the book. Um, but the show I just can't get into personally. I like the anime and books in different ways. Maybe I'll get into the anime one day. I don't know. I think I'd have to speak Japanese to get into the anime, to be honest, just because the subtitles go by so fast. Smile Precur versus the English dub of Glitter Force is wow. The English version changes so much, like replacing Japanese and English and changing plot points. Yeah, my sister really likes Glitter Force a lot. My sister, I need to watch more anime with my sister. She just always spends time in her room. Like, she never leaves her room ever. Never. She always is just in her room. So it would be cool if I watched more anime with her, because I watched Girls Last Tour with my sister. And so when we watched Girls Last Tour, it was a really kind of poignant time because, you know, we were getting on these buses over and over and over again because we had just left Oklahoma to go to the domestic abuse shelter in Virginia. And my sister was under a lot of stress. She was really, really sad. And so, like, I kind of just pulled out my laptop and was like, hey, do you want to watch this Girls Last Tour thing? And we watched it together, and she actually really liked it. And we had watched Space Patrol Lulico together as well. when I was living at my cousin's house and she came over to visit. We watched Space Patrol Luluco. I actually still have my burned DVD copies of Space Patrol Luluco that I copied specifically to watch on the TV at the time. Um, Fun stuff. Let me see here. But yeah, she really likes Glitter Force a lot. And I used to watch Pokemon Sun and Moon with her as well. That was so much fun. I miss that. I should try and ask her if she wants to watch anime sometime. I mean, her birthday is coming up, so we might be able to do it. The anime represents the dialogue as almost a battle and is hypnotizing. The book is smarter. I think the book is definitely smarter. Changing Fwok? What are you talking about? I'm confusing. Can changing the show. I got it. Sagiri 2.0. Uh, what about the dub of NHK? I think the dub of NHK is actually better than the sub. I really, really love the dub, and most of it is because of personal attachment. But I really love the dub of NHK a lot because that was the first way I watched the show. Netflix, more like Gay Flex, got him. Is she a Hiki too? I don't know if she's a Hikikomori, but she's been isolated like ever since we moved here, and we moved here. I think it's been 6 months by this point, but yeah, she almost never leaves the room, and like she hasn't left the house in so long. Like you have to drag her out of the house in order to get her out of the house. Like she never talks to the family. Like she never says anything to our family. She just always stays in her room. So I don't know. I kind of worry about it sometimes. Watch Manga Sensei with her. No, burning DVDs is badass. You know, I like burning DVDs. It's fun. In the NHK dub, don't they change Hikikomori to Neat in like one episode or something? In one line, anyways, or maybe more. I don't remember. When I make YouTube videos, the first is going to be about when my English teachers debated about incest due to the domestic girlfriend manga. Please, please see, make that video. I want to see that so badly. Like that sounds like such a unique experience. Oh my god, I need to hear this. Please, I implore you. I implore you to make this video. I really, really want to see that. That sounds great. Oh Lord. That would be like next level YouTubing, unironically. The teachers debating about the domestic girlfriend manga. That's something you would only find in like California or New York or something. Well, I don't. New Yorkers talk too fast and have one sentences is the only way they talk. So maybe Californians have longer discussions. One is a very millennial white young guy, and the other is an otaku southern black woman. What the hell? Uh, like brother, like sister, dude. Possibly. I don't know. It's we've had both had some kind of traumatic experiences. I mean, I've had way more traumatic experiences than she has, but she's had some too. So I could see it. I could see it developing. That's why we need to do something about it because she's still young. Like, I don't want her to end up the way I did. But hey buddy, I'm a New Yorker. No, there's nothing wrong with New Yorkers. It's just that in my experience, New Yorkers tend to like one sentence. They like to summarize everything in one sentence and they like to talk fast. There's nothing wrong with them. America. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm walking here. Yes, I'm Mark Wahlberg. I'm Mark Wahlberg. Hey, I'm walking here. Uh, but yeah, I don't know what country Japanese guy is from. I know he's not from Japan because he talks about AJAT. I feel like Japanese guy is from somewhere. I need to know. I need to find his ethnicity and I need to pull out IQ statistics right in front of him and tell him about how despite being 13% of the population, he makes up 50% of crimes. Yeah, don't worry, man. It's listen, the hottest turn on during sex is when you tell your partner that despite being despite being 13% of the population that they commit 50% of crimes. That I man, if I had a black girlfriend, you don't know how much I would use that one. You don't know. Oh boy. It's 6 a.m. now. I usually never get to stream for this long. You get to 6 a.m. Can you imagine that? Getting to 6 a.m. IRL. Tags, BDSM, dominant, ethno IQ. Yes, that it is. Yeah, that's how this works. That's how Mafia works or something. Yeah, it was funny with the first boyfriend that I had, because he was a black guy, we would frequently make jokes. We would frequently make jokes about his IQ, and I would make fun of him. And so because I made fun of him for his IQ, it would come up in sexual conversations, which is pretty funny looking back. Um, by the way, because people keep asking for my Discord. If you want to know what my Discord is, that is Discord right there. That's my Discord name. Capital STAR hashtag 3355. There you go. You found it right there. So if you ever want to know what my Discord is, it's that basically. Basically right there. Oh boy. Did did he ever say dominate me like I'm the inferior black, like I am dominate me like the inferior black I am master? Um that no, I was actually the bottom in that relationship. Fun fact. Fun fact, I was actually the bottom in that relationship. I was just very lazy. I didn't really have any specific fetishes. I just kind of was there. And I don't ever talk about this experience actually. This actually is the first time I've talked about this. But yeah, I just kind of was there. Like I didn't like if he felt something, if he wanted to do something, I would. But like it never really felt like I had a strong desire to do anything. I just kind of did. And so yeah, I was never that interested in it just because this is for payback for slavery, white boy. You say that like it's a joke, but that was literally something that was said. That's like as a joke in the context, but yeah, literally he said, "I need reparations. I need reparations for slavery," and it was the funniest thing. Oh boy. I am a New Jerseyan. Yes, we do suck. Yeah, New Jersey is on another level of being bad. Like New York is fine, but New Jersey is just boneless New York. New Jersey is where all of the New Yorkers who couldn't handle New York go. I simultaneously am jealous of and laugh at people who identify with their state. Yeah, I've never been able to identify with Tennessee. Uh, I was never able to identify with Tennessee because I didn't relate to anyone there. Um, I want to identify with an entirely new country. Like there's this guy who he immigrated to Korea, to South Korea, and he basically naturalized there. And they told him his naturalized home city was Busan. That was now his hometown in his new naturalized country. And I thought that was so cool because when you get rid of your citizenship in pretty much any country, they declare you dead. In America specifically, they declare you dead in America after you get rid of your citizenship. And in most countries, you have to get a new name. You have to get a new name that represents the language of the country that you're going to. And so it was really interesting to me reading about this lawyer. He was a lawyer who immigrated to South Korea and stuff. And he went on TV. He went on to a lot of game shows for like being able to speak a Busan accent really well. But like he, it was interesting because on the Wikipedia page about him, and the more I read about him, it said that his home city was now naturalized to be Busan. And I thought that was so cool because like my home city is Indian Mound, Tennessee. You want to hear about Indian Mound? let's Google it right here. I'll show you what the population census is, just how many people are in Indian Mound. And I want to clarify, by the way, that they're very spread out from one another. So, okay, I can't find it on DuckDuckGo very easily, so I'm just going to use Google like a fucking pleb. Let me show you Indian Mound. I can actually show you the house I grew up in, can I? There's no one living there now, so I would be able to. Yeah, Indian Mound, Tennessee. Let's see, what is the census? Let's see. Mound, Tennessee is in. Look at this. Look at how. This is how small the Wikipedia page on Indian Mound is. Is an unincorporated community in Stewart County, Tennessee, United States. The post office. Yeah. Okay. So where's the census? Does it have a census here? No, it doesn't have a census. So okay, let me see how many people. Google. Okay, population. How many people were in Indian Mound? Oh boy. So the population of the county is 13,000, but the population of the specific city was 2,649. Now, where I lived, in the part of Indian Mound I lived, everyone was spread out from one another. So it basically felt like you had no neighbors. The few neighbors you had were really, really spread out from one another. But let me find 233 Honey Fork Road. Oh, there it is. It just auto-corrected. Indian Mound, Tennessee. This is where I grew up. This right here. And I don't live here anymore. I don't even live in the same state. But you can find on Truella. Well, this is just the map. Do they have actual pictures of it somewhere? That's what I want to find. Maybe Zillow has a picture of it. Do they? What? Zillow doesn't have a picture of it. What the hell? They don't have a picture either. Maybe if I go to images, there might be one. No? There's no picture of it. What the hell? Wow, it really is that hidden. Yeah, basically that's where I grew up. In a really, really small place where like no one knows about this place. No one's heard of this place. It's away from the internet and everything. Really weird place to grow up, basically. Naturalized in England, name is Abdul. I mean, it's sort of like with things that I think different countries basically just have different standards for what your name still is. Like if you naturalize to an Asian nation, it's going to be different than if you naturalize to like a European country. Now that Google knows your hometown, they will use time travel technology to cancel your ass immediately after birth. They probably already know. If you want to truly understand New Jersey, watch Happiness by Tom Schalendoids. Fucked up film, but great at explaining NJ vibe. Look at this. Happiness. Let me Google this. Happiness by Todd Solon. I've never heard of this. I don't really know movies. Oh, it's a 90s film too. Is this animated or is the cover of it? Is an animated or wait, no, is a black comedy drama film. So it's a black comedy. So maybe the cover of the film just looks like that. I think I've seen this. Have I seen this before? I think maybe I've seen this on television. From the 90s. Yeah, let me see. I feel like I've watched this movie at some point. I need to watch it then, because I don't think I've seen this. I'm not really that into movies. I used to be more into movies when I was a kid. Not really that into movies nowadays. Oh, there's a Roger Ebert review of it. I like watching, or not watching Robert Ebert. I really love reading Roger Ebert's reviews. So they're very inspiring to me they're very inspiring for me to read. Just because I respect him a lot as a critic. Don't read review, watch first. I mean, I don't care about spoilers, but Spoilers don't matter to me. I don't believe in spoilers. I think spoilers are dumb. It's actually a great film if you like fucked up media. I do. My favorite TV show is BoJack Horseman. So I like shows that have lots of dark themes going on. Show's pretty messed up. I like BoJack Horseman a lot. Uh, I'm surprised. Oh, it's 10 times, it's 100 times more fucked up than BoJack. Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm excited now. Uh, yeah, let me see. I'm surprised that the phone didn't error out because uh I plugged the phone into the wall, and usually when I stream while having it plugged into the wall, the whole thing errors out. I'm surprised it didn't do that. Modern movies are trash. Not everything has to be CGI. No, I agree. Seems like everyone is just following the same CGI formula. And so because everyone wants to do CGI, they end up basically just copying everybody else. And I don't even like the way CGI looks, you know? Like I don't think CGI looks very good. That's the thing. CGI it doesn't look good with humans. Like I think practical effects look way better. Infinite stream law, yes. Idol anime has terrible CGI dance scenes. I actually like the aesthetic of CGI in anime. Like even when it looks really bad, like Kimono Friends is a show that I really like just because I find the CGI charming. And it's also kind of like Adventure Time too, which is cool. Serbian film is also fucked, but Serbian film is more gore, while Happiness is just really unnerving. Yeah, I mean, I like gore. Let me see here. Serbian film is cool. Same with Sallow. Nice. Look at this. Okay, let me show you something. Look, he's here. Hello. He's a good boy. Look at this. The camera's focusing in on him too. I like that. I like that when you're streaming on the phone, like the functions of the camera still work pretty well. It's good software. Like the software errors out every now and again, but the fact that it can continue working the way it does is pretty cool. And I mean, he's so cute. We always see this dog. Are you his favorite? Yeah, he pretty much stays in my room most of the time because he basically when his sister is out of my sister's room, because this dog's sister is my sister's dog and this is my dog, but whenever she is out of her room, basically this dog tries to have sex with her. And so he tends to have to stay in my room because she doesn't want to get impregnated, basically. And so he usually stays in here because of that, especially right now where she's in heat. So he's been freaking out because she's been in heat. And because my dad sleeps on the couch, he doesn't like the fact that which Bert is this dog, by the way, that Bert will come up to him at nighttime and bother him. So he usually has to stay in here at night, and also he usually has to stay here in the daytime to keep from breeding with the other dog. So usually he's just in here for practical reasons, but I'm pretty much his favorite. Like, he doesn't like anyone else in the house as much as he likes me. Like, he just wants to stay where I am most of the time. So I mean I've nurtured this dog since he was born. Like I was there when the dog was born and I took care of him, after he came out of his mom. So he's just always been there. He always stayed around where I was. And so He's helped me through a lot of rough times. I have a very big connection to this dog. I love him very much. He's very important to me. I think dogs are so cool. I genuinely love this dog more than anything. More than any person, more than anything. I love this dog more than anything. If this dog died, I would get really, really sad. I would probably most indefinitely cry. I've actually cried just from hugging this dog. It's not a joke. Just from just from putting this dog in, like, when he was enthusiastic about seeing me, and just from holding him to my chest and feeling him, I actually cried, tears in my eyes just from thinking about how much I love this dog. Um, and I've always loved pets more than I love people. Like when my pet Widget died, when he got hit by a car, like I've cried so many times over his death, just thinking about it, thinking about the fact that I've lost him. And it's strange because I talk so often about, well, my views on death are everyone's gonna die, so you shouldn't feel sad about it. The thing is that I only feel that way about people. You know, when it comes to animals, I'm so attached to them that I'm just sad anyway. Even though I know it's inevitable, even though I know it would have happened anyway, I just get really sad when I lose a pet. And I think that's how people feel when they lose a family member, or when they see someone die, or when they lose a friend. Um, for some reason, I just care more about animals than I care about people. I don't know why, but maybe I'm just really autistic. Uh, Let me see. Oh boy, there's so many posts. Um, his eyes look like those paintings with people with giant eyes. Chad Doggo again. Oh, I mean his eyes look like eyes in a Big Eyes movie. What are their paintings with big eyes? Oh yeah, the Big Eyes movie with the girl who was a painter and then like basically her husband took the credit. That's a good movie. Do you think you would be able to get over losing him? I get over I get over losing most things. Like I got over losing Widget, even though I got really, really sad. There's actually a video. There's a video on my second channel, which at times I've considered deleting because I actually forgot that I posted it after I posted it. But there was a video that I made when I had just woken up out of like a nightmare that I had about when Widget died. And I was crying in the video, like crying a lot, thinking about the fact that I had lost him. And so you can literally like see and hear it in that video. It's just called I Miss My Dog. But maybe that's one of the most parasocial things I've made because it was just really authentic. Like literally I went to sleep after I recorded the video. I went back to sleep, and then by the time I woke up, I forgot I recorded that. The only reason I was reminded that I made it was because people commented on the video. I was like, "What the hell? I don't remember posting this." But yeah, so I get over losing pets eventually. I always do. You know, my cat Princey, I had him with me for about 14, yeah, about 14 years. He died when I was 16. And I had him pretty much my entire life. And I didn't get to spend time with him in his last moments because we had been moving around so much that by the time he died, the person who was taking care of him, I just didn't live near him. And I almost cried when that had happened, but I pretty much prepared myself for it. Um, when I've had a lot of dogs get run over and it's always made me really sad, but I've always gotten over them. Like I've always gotten over losing a pet because I think everyone does eventually. It just really, really hurts at the time that it happens, you know. And I know one day Bertram's gonna get old, and maybe something will happen, but I just try to focus on the fact that I love him now. Oh boy. I didn't yeah, I just I just try to focus on that I love him now a lot. Anyway, the chat. I need to read the chat here. Oh boy. um. Let me see. Let me see. I never developed an affection for pets. I mean, not everyone does. Um, it's pets. I think pets are something that you kind of have to grow up with to be able to get into. Uh, Doom guy is on his head. Yeah, Doom guy is on his head. Look at this. He's right there. He's right on his head. He's just hanging out. He's just hanging out on his head. Um, Star ASMR is just the whole stream. Yeah, like I feel like the whole stream is pretty much ASMR. Like a lot of people told me I have a good ASMR voice, which I used to really hate my voice when I recorded videos. Like I would record videos and I'd go, "Oh, I hate my voice so much." And I would go, "Oh boy, I would go, I hate my voice so much. It's so bad." And then eventually I just got better at talking and I just listened to myself speak enough times. I actually like my own voice now. Like I think I have a pretty good voice, which it's not to toot my own horn or to like sound egotistical or whatever. You know, Cess, big autist Cess in the chat's gonna get me. He's gonna penalize me and hit me over the head for saying anything positive about myself. But you know, like I don't know. I actually like my voice. I'm not, you know, gonna say, oh, I'm better than everybody else or anything like that. But it's I don't know. It's just I like. I'm not gonna say I like hearing it, but you know, I don't know. I've practiced a long time at talking. That's all. Let me see. Pets are annoying to have around me. You just kind of have to grow up with them. I don't understand the appeal of ASMR. Not everyone does. Star dog, star, star, star. Nice. Bruh, I'm a head out to nap. Yeah, good night, man. Thank you for thank you for being on the stream, coming out to the stream for so long. I appreciate it. I appreciate the dedication and the loyalty and all that stuff. Yeah, see ya. This. He's just hanging out. See, earlier he was acting all crazy. He was acting all crazy earlier and freaking out and stuff. And now he's just a calm boy. See, usually I don't like having the light on because I'm afraid it gets in his eyes. Like I don't want the light to get into his eyes. Like honestly, I dislike the light a lot. I've said that. But the thing that I dislike more is the idea of the light just blasting in Bertram's eyes. We're like, he doesn't deserve that. You know, he doesn't deserve to. Because when he's standing in the middle of the room, for instance, like if you're in the middle of the room, that's the brightest part in the room. Like right over here, it's less bright. It's more dark over here, and I can kind of rub over his face. But I don't like the idea of the light blasting in his eyes because that probably hurts. Like, I don't want him to sit there and just be like, oh, you know, now I have to, because I know what it's like when I get light in my eyes, right? You know, when I'm sitting here and I have to deal with the fucking light being put straight in my eyes, it hurts. You know, I don't like it. I really don't like having to put light in my eyes. So when I think about the idea of Bertram, when I think about the idea of Bertram having to like deal with it, I try not to have the light on very much because I don't want him to have to deal with it. You are like Mario taking on all kinds of roles. For instance, Dr. Mario, Paper Mario, Super Mario, Pixel Mario, Nurse Star, Edgy Star, Base Star. Yeah, I kind of am pretty much. Like I feel like my channel takes on there's a lot of different arcs. There's a lot of different arcs in my channel of different stars. I really like Noriko's video where she says stuff in Japanese but adds nya and let's see, what does this say? Oh, Ohio gozai natsu. Let me see. See, my pronunciation is terrible. That's how nervous I am about pronunciating. Uh, uh, Kanbanya. Let me see. Who would be my pronunciation is so bad? Who would be in the HihiTube Smash Bros? Uh, hmm. I know Red would have to be in the HikiTube Smash Bros. Because Red would just BTFO everyone. Like I've said this so many times, Red is like the king of BTFOing. Like he BTFOs so much and he BTFOs so hard that like if he was in AnyTube Smash Bros, he would just smash everybody. Wow, that's the first time that made any sense to me. Re-pets. I'm glad I could explain stuff. Kek uwu. Red equals S tier. I agree. No, you have to. What C has to do is create a chart. He has to create a chart to rank all of the Hiki YouTubers in Smash Bros. And then after he ranks all of them in Smash Bros, he has to rank them in attractiveness. No, your notion of victory is a societal construct. You have already lost. That's what he would say too. That's literally what No Thank You would say. It's not even a joke. Well, now I have a video idea. Oh boy, I'm excited for the actual C videos. You're gonna have to send them to me when you post them, and then I'll share them. If you don't want me to, if you don't want me to share them, then I won't. But if you post the videos, I'll just shout them out on my channel, and I'll tell people to watch them. Like what I did when Red started making videos. I want to do the same thing for Hiki. When Hiki starts making his videos, I want to start sharing them too. Like the way No Thank You had like he had like 0 subscribers. I was one of his first subscribers on his secondary channel, and then I shouted out his channel, and he gained over 100 subscribers from my channel. And that made me really happy to see because I love his videos, and so I just want more people to watch people who are starting out and people who are making stuff. And so, I look at like the way his channel grew after the shout out I gave. I just I want to get more people. I want to get more people to. Oh yeah, don't forget G Zin Penguin. Yeah, this guy. Um, right now you just have like slideshows of videos, but if you make something that has like a mic, you know what? If I shout out C's videos, I'll put you in there as well. Like this guy is an up and coming Hiki YouTuber who's gonna make something with a mic eventually. I could do that. I just want to share what I have. Like I feel like I have so many subscribers who are interested in content of people just talking in their rooms or just people talking into a camera. And I want that content to be shared to people who are interested in it because I love those videos. I really do. I love even the videos that are bad that are made in this style. I love those videos. And so I want to share them so more people can enjoy the stuff that I enjoy. Um and so like yeah, like if any of you end up being up and coming YouTubers or like, start making videos, just drop a comment to me and I can try and get you set up with like some of my following because I don't have the biggest following in the world, but I know I have more than 0, so I'd be happy to help any of y'all who end up starting out. Like after I watch this, what's her name? Jaylee. Yeah, after I watch her videos, if I enjoy them, I can tell y'all to come and check her out. The Hiki Smash Bros would be Red Star, myself punching each other. Yes. That would be fun. I'm writing names right now. Now I'm nervous. Well, you don't have to be nervous. I mean, if you don't want me to, you can just say so. I don't even know if I'll like your videos yet. That's the thing. I haven't watched them. Uh, Look at this guy. He's so cute. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at this. This is the embodiment of peace right here. He just has his eyes open. Look at this. What a good boy. Look up Cheesecake Neat. He is a neat YouTuber. Isn't he that guy who like lays on his bed and talks about the prescription medicines? I've seen one of his videos. Now Puppy is just sitting here. Oh no, his dick is out. I have to turn the camera away from his dick. I don't want to get demonetized. Uh, yeah, but yeah, like, what was I good? Oh yeah, I like Cheesecake Neats videos. I haven't watched his videos in like many months, but I should check him out again. Look, I'm providing a ceiling for you with my hand. It's a ceiling. Look at this. These no need for sunglasses when you have me in charge. Does he want to get down? I feel like is he just stuck here? Does he want to sit here or does he want to get down? Look. Woo! Oh no, he fell down. Look. I can't tell what he wants. Look at him. He's just sitting there. I can't tell what he wants. Oh. Oh. No, he's bouncing on me now. Boy, what are you doing? Now he's trying to climb on top of me. Mm. Hmm? I can't tell. Oh, it's so sweet. Mm. He's such a good boy. Should Jalen Harris be an alt for no, or should he be separate in a separate tier list? I think Jalen should be in a separate tier list. I don't think Jalen counts. Jalen's a normie. Oh. Oh. What do you want, boy? Do you want more attention? His tail is wagging. Look at this. Normally he wags his tail up a storm if he gets really excited. Now he's trying to bite me. Now he's gonna get my finger. He licks me so often. Look, he just licks my hand. It's so cute. I love this dog. Mm. I hope this is interesting because I'm starting to notice that I'm actually just paying attention more to the dog than the actual stream. He just wants to lick the palm of my hand. He always does this. He's done this since he was a baby, where when he was a baby, what he would do was he would teethe on my finger. Is that he would start teething, where like normally with his mom, with his mom, he would suck. He would suck on his mom's breasts in order to get milk out of them, right? Pretty typical animal behavior. But he would try and suck on my fingers thinking he was going to get milk out of them, and then I would let him teethe on my hand when he started getting teeth. I would let him teethe on my hands and bite them. Oh, see, now he's opening his mouth very wide. But we had another dog. We had another dog, which unfortunately he got a disease and he wasn't able to make it. But his name was Bear, and he would just put your fingers in his mouth, even when he became an adult dog, and he wouldn't bite you. He just put your fingers in his mouth, and it was sort of like a habit that he gained from when he grew up, I guess. But he was a good dog. What a beautiful boy. I love him very much. He's very, very special to me. I know I say that a lot, but like I'm thinking of writing a video like better articulating my thoughts about why I love Bertram so much. And I have a lot of footage of him just on my phone that I've taken because I've always taken pictures. I've always taken pictures of all my pets. I have a whole bunch of old pictures of my old pets, but I might like use like the footage for it, like a compilation of footage of him I've taken, and then write a video about why I love him so much. I think that could be a good video to make. You just call it like why I love my dog, or maybe I could call it like my dog is my best friend or something like that. And then just write an entire video just explaining it. I could talk about the early experiences with him and stuff. I think that could be a fun video. Super Smash Neats, yes. I don't like the fact that he has to have this collar on all the time. The reason, because I think animals should be free. No, I don't think they should have to have these human constructed clothes that we put on them, because I don't think they like them. I don't think they're made to have those put on them. But I have to put this collar on him for when I take him on walks, or if he gets out of my room, if he runs out of the room and the door is opened, like, and I mean the door opened as in the door to go outside. He's ran outside before, and it scared me to death because I thought he was going to get ran over. He almost got ran over several times when he ran out the door, and I caught him just in the nick of time when he got on the. It wasn't the highway; it was the bridge. But there's a highway eventually if you go on the bridge long enough. Um, and so I chased up to him. I chased up to him when I got to the bridge, and I basically caught him there. So my dad was in the car, and then the car drove up to where Bertram was, and that's how we got him. But yeah, like it came so close. That's the thing, is that he came so close to just being lost. And so I keep the collar on him in case the front door is open and he gets out somehow, and so I can just get him more easily because of that. Um, because I've lost so many pets to being run over. You know, one of the earliest pets that I've had um, was one of the earliest pets that I've had is his name was Sammy, is what we called him. He was a big dog. He looks like some kind of mix between a beagle and like a really big dog. He was some kind of mix, but he got ran over pretty badly, and his friend Pig, that's what my sister named him. My sister was like 2 years old at the time. His friend Pig got shot by someone in the neighborhood because basically there was this guy in the neighborhood who was known for shooting dogs. That was his reputation in the neighborhood. This is the guy who has lots of guns and he just shoots dogs. Really terrible person. But he had shot my sister's dog Pig, and my my dog Sammy had been ran over by someone in the neighborhood, and these things happened near one another, like they happened around the same time frame. Um, and so it was a really sad experience at the time. But like it's what was I talking about? There was a reason I brought that up. Oh yeah, yeah. So, I think people should just be careful. People should be really careful about, if they let their dogs off a leash, or if they, I think, you should be careful about how you contain your pets, because you never know what's going to go wrong. Like, I try to be very, very protective of this one because I don't want something like that to go wrong again, because I've just lost so many pets that way. See, animals are cute. Animal abusers need to die. No, I completely agree. Um, and it makes me a little bit sad too, because when I was a little kid, my neighbor had chickens. My neighbor had chickens, and what I used to do was I would kill my neighbor's chickens. And I don't think I should have done that. Um, and I wouldn't ever do anything like that now, just because I have too much of an attachment to animals. But when I was younger, I did that, and that was very wrong. But looking back now, I don't think I would. But yeah, I think animal abusers in general, just it's like they don't have a soul. It's like they don't have a heart. Like the fact that you would want to continually inflict pain in something that's not capable of doing any evil itself. Like that's the thing with animals, is that they're not capable of doing evil. They just kind of exist. They're just cute, like with people, they're capable of doing really bad things, but with animals, they're just kind of there. They're helpless. Um, and so, uh, oh, he retracted his message. I didn't get to read what his message was. I believe he said something about the dog collars. Uh, I didn't get to respond to it, but yeah, like um, I think what was I talking about? I actually forgot what I was saying. Um, I should turn the light off now because I don't want this to bother his eyes anymore. How did how did he not get arrested? I have no idea. I guess maybe the police didn't do anything. Oh, oh. See, now he wants to jump. Look at this. He's jumping now. Woo! He wants to jump. No, now he's sitting down. Ooh. He wants to bite. Look at this. He's smiling. He's smiling like he's gonna bite. Look, are you gonna bite me? No, he's gonna lick me. Okay. My gold knife didn't arrive. Yeah, I mean the neighbor that shot dogs. I don't know how he didn't get arrested. He was just kind of known as the person who did that. Really evil guy. Really evil guy, but I somehow, somehow didn't get arrested. No, there was another woman who there was a woman in the neighborhood who she was the exact opposite. She literally took care of dogs. If she found strays, she would find all strays and then she would give them to the pound, or she would just take care of them herself. And so she had a gigantic, fence in the backyard where she was keeping all these different animals. She had a bunch of them in the house and stuff. And the ones she couldn't take care of, she would give to she would try and find who it belonged to, or she would give it to the local animal shelter or pound or whatnot. Total polar opposite. Polar opposite. In fact, we actually gave Jazz, which she was a member. Jazz was basically a member of another litter, a litter that my dog Sugar had, where she had this kid. And we gave Jazz to her, and she found him a good home. And he was an adorable dog. I really loved that dog a lot. It's just we couldn't afford to keep him because he needed shots and he was too big. So the house that we had couldn't hold him because he was too big. But yeah, we ended up giving him up to her. So she was a really kind woman. So it was kind of like there were two polar opposites in the neighborhood at the time. It was really weird. I have all kinds of weird stories like that from my old neighborhood. Now maybe I could turn some of these into videos. Or like there was a lot of meth addicts. There was a lot of meth addicts where I lived, and I have some kind of funny stories about them. So maybe I could tell some of these stories in videos while I still remember them, because there's a lot of stuff that happened when I was younger that it's just like fading from my memory. And I wanna have an archive of it before I forget. Yeah, animals are so pure. I agree. Animals are very, very pure. One meth addict from my town tried to run for governor. Oh my goodness. Which party did he run for? Did he go in the Democratic or Republican primary, or did he run as a third party? Gunji and Pilochin Entertainment are monsters. They need help. Yeah, I've seen those videos Gunji has done. I didn't know he had animal abuse videos on his channel when I made my rant about him. But I saw those animal abuse videos that he had on his channel, and it's just gross. Like, it's just weird. I don't like I don't understand. I don't understand how people can, like, with mice especially. Mice are just cute. Like, I don't understand how someone can go those lengths to just harm something that does absolutely no harm to you, just lives peacefully. It's weird. It's really weird to me. Oh boy. She had no coherent plan. She just told everyone to vote for her when she saw them. That's pretty funny. But yeah, animals are friends. That's the thing, is that, yeah, like, we have to eat. We have to eat animals. We do. That's the way that we are. And so we do have to kill animals sometimes to eat them, but that's for a purpose. You should never kill anything that you don't eat. That's my mantra, is that if you're gonna kill it, you have to eat it. If you're not going to eat it, then don't kill it. It's that simple. Torturing and killing animals for pleasure is just not right. It's just not. I think it's not wrong to feed a live mouse to a snake, but a chick is too much. Yeah, the feeding a chick to a snake is just weird. Like, if it's sitting there shouting and it's just strange. It's just really strange. And you know, I've done some pretty bad things. Like I said, I've done some pretty bad things with chickens when I was younger. Like I was a kid at the time and I was going through a lot of emotional angst and I did something pretty terrible. But I can firmly say I would never do anything like that now, you know? It, like I can understand doing that when you're like a kid. Right? I mean, I can understand doing it when you're not a kid too, but if you're an adult, you should be self-aware enough to know that you shouldn't do that and you should try to get help for it. 'Cause that's a red flag. It's a red flag, man. That's all I'm saying is that it's a red flag. Pilo Chin Entertainment is a Spanish YouTuber who uploaded a video to YouTube of him killing his cat. What the hell? What the hell? Children are still learning about themselves. Yeah. Yeah, like and I mean I was in kind of specific circumstances too because I was in a really abusive household. Like I was in a very very abusive household that like had a lot of violence and stuff going on. So I was just kind of doing what I was taught, but I don't do that stuff anymore. Like I've tried to actively change and not do those things. Like with someone like Gunji, that is a grown ass man. He is a grown ass man just sitting here. Oh, I don't care. No, I'm just going to torture these live things. It's weird. It's very very weird to me. What's your opinion on kids who beetle fight? I mean those are bugs, so I don't like with bugs. Isn't it like bugs can't really feel that much pain? I don't really care if people fuck with bugs, to be honest. Um, see here, those people who are crazy, playlists they have playlists of videos of hating monkeys. They genuinely hate monkeys for some reason. I rarely hear anyone talk about it. Monkeys, I don't understand people who can fuck with monkeys either. They're just peaceful creatures. Just leave them alone. There have been X threads on monkey hate, and some horror YouTuber covered it. Fish are stupid and tasty. No, I want to fish. I think fishing would be fun. I used to fish when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I used to fish. I would go to what's it called? The basically it was like the creek that we had near the house. I would walk to the creek, I would take my fishing pole, and then I would sit down. I would sit down, and I'm talking 8 years old right here. I would sit down near the creek, and then I would cast my rod, and sometimes I did catch some fish. It was pretty fun. Um, maybe when I go to Japan, I'll become a woke fisherman. I'll tell my fishing stories to my fellow fishermen down at the dock in Japan. That would be so cool. That'd be like my biggest life success story if I was able to do that. Oh. I used to stab fish with a knife. I never liked gutting fish very much just because I thought they smelled quite bad. Um, I don't like the way fish smell when they die. They don't smell very good. Hmm. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Well, no, fish smell good when they're cooked. I don't think they smell good when they're just like around. Like when they are cooked, they smell really good. Like by the way, Red, I saw that Korean video you did about the Korean supermarket, and it made me really jealous because I want a Korean supermarket to be where I am. I want a Korean supermarket to be where I live. We don't have a Korean supermarket like almost anywhere in Kentucky. Maybe Louisville has one because Louisville's really big, but we don't have a Korean supermarket here. So I got so jealous because I love Korean food. Like I've had Korean food a few times, and I think it's really great. Um, yeah, I live in a Korean neighborhood here in New York. That red envelope was nostalgic. Yeah, like I I never grew up around very many Koreans at all, like basically none. Like all the people I grew up around were just white people. I don't think I've ever have I interacted with a Korean IRL? I don't think I have. Yeah, I basically interacted with no Koreans. So yeah, like I've never, the only ways that I've been able to eat Korean food is by buying things online, like going to Amazon grocery, or going to like a Korean barbecue place and then eating Korean there, like in Clarksville or something. And even then, that was pretty rare. Um, so I would really really love to have like a Korean grocery around that I could just eat at. I'm sure there are Korean groceries in Japan because there's a big Korean community in Japan. So I'm assuming they would have a Korean grocery store there, especially in Osaka. Osaka is a city of 2.8 million people. 2.8 million people. I'm pretty sure that yeah, I haven't lived in a city that's that big before. So yeah, there's got to be a Korean grocery there. But I want to drink that milk stuff. I want to drink the milk stuff that you bought. I don't remember what it was called. I'd have to look back. Star is a penguin. Yeah, no, I am a penguin. I always got a red envelope of money on New Year's and shit. Is that just a Korean thing? A Korean American thing? That's really interesting. I want to learn Korean. I think Korean's really cool. Korean is such a cool language. Like I'm learning Japanese and obviously I want to go to school and learn Japanese and stuff, but I really want to learn Korean too because it's like it's like the embodiment of cuteness whenever I hear people speak in Korean. It sounds so good. I love the sound of the language so much. And I love like the Korean characters, like the Hangul alphabet looks really cool. Yeah, I used to get money on New Year's as a kid too in a red envelope. Yeah, Korean is super cute. Korean sounds like a Cantonese guy speaking Japanese. Interesting. I've never heard that before. Learn Korean and go to North Korea and have a fun time. Yeah, no, that's my future. That's my future is becoming a North Korean. But yeah, like yeah, what was I gonna say? North Korea is best Korea. Now this chat is very based. This chat is this chat is the most based chat that we've had in a long time. But yeah, like I think Korean is so cool and I would like to to be able to like go to South Korea and work there for a while or like go to South Korea and just like hang out. Like I think that would be pretty cool. Kim Jong Un. Yes. um but yeah, yeah, I'm like it's just everything about Korean culture is so cool to me. Like the history is cool, the language is cool, and I feel like Korean women and Korean guys, it goes for both of them. Korean women and guys are just the cutest people on earth. Like they just are. Like they just are the cutest. Like I don't know, there's no two ways about it. There's no there's no catch, there's no the like I've said this on live streams so many times and then people respond like, "My plastic surgery, bro. It's all plastic surgery." But it's like, yeah, there are a lot of people who do have plastic surgery, and I think those people look quite nice. But like, I feel like just like they themselves just look really cute, you know. Like, I don't know. I really like Koreans a lot. I think they're adorable. Oh, maybe I'll marry a Korean person in Japan. That would be the ultimate weeb experience. Moves to Japan, becomes Japanese citizen, marries Korean. How does that work? If you go to North Korea, you have to bow to a statue when you first enter and put flowers on the statue. If you go there or if you immigrate, because from all the videos I've seen of people going there, like as travel vloggers, I've never heard any travel vloggers mention that. So it sounds kind of like an urban myth because I've seen a whole bunch of these travel vloggers go to the country and they've never had to do that. So I don't know. China is a meme. I think China has really cool architecture. You can look at the architecture in China. The architecture in China is awesome. Um, but I remember reading like some kind of article. that said that the buildings there, a lot of them are kind of unstable, like they're gonna fall down or something. The West always shuts down travel vloggers who go to NK. Well, the thing is that the West, like America, like we basically canceled people's visas or whatever. So you can't travel there because they basically canceled people's visas. Like there's a travel ban. That's what it's called. It's a travel ban, and then that happened like 2 years ago. They made the travel ban. So yeah, but there's a lot of European people who go over there, and they're always really interesting videos to watch. But yeah, like I remember seeing a video talking about how a lot of Chinese high rises or a lot of videos or videos, a lot of Chinese architecture isn't really made to last. Like a lot of it is, but there's a certain section in like certain cities where they're just kind of made to look nice, but they're gonna like fall down or something. Like it literally said those buildings are gonna fall down, and I'm like, what? How does that happen? How's that supposed to work? They're gonna fall down. And I need to find the specific article because I may just be talking completely out of my ass here and just misremembering what it was. But yeah, like I think Chinese architecture looks really, really cool. I don't think K-pop was a thing when I was a kid when I used to live in South Korea. You lived in South Korea? Wow. That's really cool. I had no idea. You could make a video. You could make a video talking about living in South Korea as a kid. That could be an interesting story to tell. After the Putin meme edit of him saying "I'm gay" with the rainbows went viral, Putin made it illegal to mock government officials. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Winnie the Pooh got banned in China because people were comparing him to the president and making fun of him. Yeah, the main reason that happened was because like with Chinese Confucianism, you're supposed to basically not like disrespect people who are older than you. So they banned it because they saw it as like, okay, this is disrespect to your elders essentially, because it's a very ancient way of thinking, you know? It's just Confucianism, like in a lot of Asian countries, Confucianism is just the way that people see everything. It's just like the social system. But like in China, they just apply Confucianism to the government as well. One like, and I will abolish K-pop. Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Yeah, I was born in South Korea and moved to Texas and then New York. How long did you live in South Korea? Yeah, I thought your Korean sounded like really good. Like it seemed like you were very fluent in the language and it just came off the top of your head. It was really cool. Oh, 6 years. Wow. Oh, I want to go to South Korea. South Korea seems like a fun time. Mm. Yeah, I am fluent. I speak Korean with my mom all the time. Wow, that's really cool. I wish I grew up with a second language. Like my parents just it's just English, just English with them. Well, no, my dad spoke Spanish sometimes, but he mostly spoke Spanish because he grew up in California. He grew up in what was it, Los Angeles. So, he spoke Spanish every now and again, and he was exposed to a lot of it. He would speak to me Cuban Spanish as well. He knew a lot of stuff about Cuban Spanish because there were Cubans in California, and so he would tell me stuff about that when I was young. But yeah, like none of them were like fluent in any other language, so I never got like exposed to that type of thing when I was very young. And it's not a regret of mine because it's not something that I could have fixed, but I just kind of wish that I grew up like speaking more than one because it seems like in so many countries people grow up speaking more than one, and I never I never got to. I know 70% Korean, but I don't know the numbers to be honest. I don't know how to say numbers. Mm. Yeah, like the numbers, I don't remember the numbers being too hard. I don't remember what the numbers are, but I tried to learn them at one point. Spanish sounds gross. Spanish sounds kind of gross. I like Portuguese more. Portuguese sounds better. My mom refused to teach me Tagalog, the Filipino language. Is your mom Filipino? So do you have a Filipino mom and a Korean dad? Ooh, that sounds interesting. Now I want to see what C looks like. Because it's always interesting to see like different types of Asian people like mixed together. My dad is nowhere to be seen, LMAO. Boy. Oh yeah, like what's I gonna say? Yeah, like I always like seeing like this is a Japanese Vietnamese mix, or this is like a Indonesian Korean mix or something. Like I always like seeing the different Asian people kind of combining. I don't know why. I just think it's cool. I just really like Asia a lot. I think Asia is just really cool. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe it's because maybe it's sort of like the way that the culture feels just so distinct. There's a really distinct identity. I don't know, man. I think Asia's really cool. I look ambiguously Asian and people assume I'm Korean. Interesting. Who, Lord? Hmm. Man, this doing this live stream really lifted my spirits. I feel so much better now. I feel so much better than I did when I started the stream. When I started the stream, I had no energy and I was kind of depressed. I feel a lot better now. And it's actually around the time that I would normally go to sleep. Me too, man. I needed this stream. Oh, damn. It's helped so many people. It makes me really happy to hear that. I'm glad. I'm glad that these can help people out. Yeah, when Japanese man was saying that like he was waiting for the stream to happen all day. It really gave me like a sense of it gave me like a sense of duty, like a sense of purpose, like my job is to entertain people, and that's the reason I do these. And it feels really good. It feels really good to hear that. And so I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Um, Glad to be of help. Uh, yeah, I think I'm probably about to go to bed though, because around it's about seven, it's literally 7:11 right now. It's 7:11 o'clock. But around this time I normally go to sleep. So I'm probably gonna go to bed now, but if any of y'all have any closing remarks, I can read them off the chat real quick and then I can head to bed. But yeah, you guys have been really awesome today. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Um, Gameplay streamers with very cinematic intros are cheesy. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it feels like they're just finding like whatever basic template their editor has, and then after they do that, they just put it on the video, and it feels really cringeworthy. Um, a long time ago in a bedroom, not so far away, Star streams. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, like I like this like narrative arc that my streams have of like I'm both a light novel protagonist now and I'm a Star Wars guy. Bring back Windows Movie Maker intros 2019. Windows Movie Maker intros were honestly kind of cool. Like they were really bad, but at the same time I liked them because when I had the Windows XP computer, and that's what I had to make movies on as a kid, was a Windows XP computer. I mean Windows ME is what I really started with, but like using Windows Movie Maker and XP, that was a major struggle. uh Windows 3D Movie Maker will return one day. Did they get rid of it? Oh no. Dawn Star. Star is the main character. Yeah, I sometimes I wonder if I really am the main character, or if secretly the background characters were the main characters all along. No, there needs to be a light novel. There needs to be a light novel where it's all about background characters, and then the background characters just take over the story. I think that would be really cool. I remember watching YouTube poops when I was Win XP, when I was watching YouTube poops on WinXP when I was 6 or 7. Damn. Uh, see, AOL Messenger was recently deleted in 2017. That recently. I liked AOL Messenger. Windows 7 will always be the best. Yeah, I think Windows 7 is the best out of the Windows. I like Windows 2000 a lot, but Windows 2000 isn't really usable anymore. Um, I have really autistic reasons for liking that. What's the Penguin profile pic from? Look up Penguin's Memory. Penguin's Memory is basically an anime film. Um, it's basically an anime film that like is it was a beer commercial, but it's a film about this penguin named Mike who has PTSD, who was in the Vietnam War, and the story is kind of like a drama exploring his inner psychology and like who he is and his life. And it's a really fun movie. Like I love anthropomorphic movies. Like if you go on my anime list, I was talking with my friend about this the other day, is that you'll find a bunch of anthropomorphic stuff. And so, because I just watch them, like if a show has animals in it, I'll usually just watch it, even if it's not good. But yeah, like it's a really good movie. It's honestly like a good drama, which is pretty surprising. Uh, Penguin's Memory. Okay. I thought it was from Club Penguin. There was actually a Club Penguin meme. There was a Club Penguin meme that had the footage of the movie where it said like Club Penguin in the Vietnam War or something. I know a movie you need to watch. It's Such a Beautiful Day. I've never heard of that. The character design inspired Club Penguin. Oh wow. Kek Tatsuhiro Sato. Oh, DZ Dog in the chat. Windows Movie Maker was always a pain to edit videos. Yeah, no, it was really hard. It was really, really hard to edit on Windows Movie Maker. And I hated it. I hated doing it because I never knew how anything worked, and the options were always really limited. But yeah, I use a torrented version of Camtasia 9. If you have a Windows computer, I'd recommend using Sony Vegas if you can teach yourself how to use it, because it does have a learning curve. Like when I first started using Sony Vegas, I didn't know what anything was, but I think the timeline at least is pretty simple. Like it's pretty simple to just put clips on there and then export them. So there is that. But check out Sony Vegas. I think Sony Vegas is really good. And you can get it pre-cracked. Like you don't have to apply the crack to it. But Dan Hertzfeld is my favorite stick figure man. Second, It's Such a Beautiful Day. Oh, it's a stick figure thing. Okay. Anthros are a fun way of making interesting characters that surpass race and ethnicity. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've never thought about it that way. In a lot of ways, anthropomorphic characters sometimes feel more human than human characters. That's what's really weird about it. And I think sort of like the point of art is to make a very like human point that you can apply to your own life while also creating a fantasy that you can escape into. So I think anthropomorphic characters create something that's like beyond reality that you can escape into that's really cool while also taking lessons from it and being fun. So it's pretty great. Have you seen the Cats movie trailer? I have not. But yeah, that's about it for me. This live stream was 4 hours and 12 minutes long. 4 hours and 12 minutes long. Uh, so I guess cheers to the next one. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming out to the stream. I'll see you next time.